Good morning. This is the February 9th, 2023 Planning Board session. I'd like to welcome all of the commissioners who are present. Roberta Panera is online, and Commissioner Presley is online. And we have David Hill here. For 2 seconds, I'd like Deborah Borden to introduce a new deputy counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Deborah Borden, General Counsel for the Commission. I would like to introduce to my right Michael Anneton. He has joined our team as the new Deputy General Counsel for the Commission. Mr. Anneton was most recently the General Counsel at the Columbia Association, and before that worked 10 years for the DC government. And before that was a Marine Corps JAG officer for a number of years. So we are very excited and very lucky to have him, and we just want to welcome him to the commission.
Well, welcome. We'll hope for your good advice in the future, and hope you get settled in quickly.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And welcome to Wheaton. All right. Well, February 9th was an interesting day in history. In 1963, Robert F. Kennedy completed a hike along the C&O Canal from Great Falls to Harper's Ferry, West Virginia. It's part of the 50-mile Frenzy hikes inspired by John Kennedy. The hike has been repeated by Free Walkers Incorporated since 2013. For those of you who are so inclined, the next Free Walkers Kennedy 50-mile hike is scheduled for Saturday, February 4th, 2023. That can't be. That was passed. See, it is history. And look at all the work we've already saved you. And Mr. Hill has something to say.
Yeah, on the subject of county history, I would like to call out National History Day program in the county. This is like a science fair, but for the social sciences. It's a national student competition for history projects of original student scholarship, engaging the rising generation in historical endeavor. Paraphrasing a friend of mine, if we want to have future historians or even interested citizens, we must create them. Montgomery History is running the county portion of the National History Day, coordinated with the county schools. Lately, MCPS has included this project into its advanced learning curriculum. There may be as many as 4,000 student participants, and the best of the projects in Montgomery County will advance to the state and national levels in further competition. The theme this year is Frontiers in History, Peoples, Places, and Ideas. The End County Judging and Awards will be on March 4th at Northwood High School in Silver Spring. The public's welcome to spectate, and good fortune to all the participants. Also, the organizers are still recruiting volunteer judges. If you'd like to get more information, you can go to the website at montgomeryhistory.org and look under the events menu in History Day 2023. So just a shout out.
That's great. And again, for those of you paying attention, that's March 4th, 2023, which is in the future. Always exciting to have that. All right. We have some preliminary matters. We have approval of minutes for January 19th and January 26th. I understand Commissioner Hill has some amendments he would seek.
Yeah, there's an editorial change on page 9, which I think is a mixed-up word, and there's a dangling line on page 20. And then I had made comments about the application for the K-9 Center and that it was a win-win, but I wanted to make sure those comments were either recorded as after the regulatory vote was made, or if it's awkward to do that in the minutes, they don't contribute to the actual decision made, and I would suggest dropping them. So I've referred that to staff.
And we can make those amendments and approve the minutes as amended? We can. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
I move that we approve the minutes of January 19th as submitted and as edited or as modified in this session.
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, and thank you for those amendments. Okay, where's that? I get so confused up here. Okay, The closed session minutes for January 19th we'll take up at a later date. Other record plats. Here we.
We got another set of minutes.
Oh, I thought we
January
did both
26th.
19th and 26th.
No, we just did,
Oh, okay. All right. We have the minutes of January 26th.
yeah, I also have an edit or two here. I'd like to memorialize the suggestion that the address of the building on Wisconsin Avenue might be from Highland Avenue. It's not appropriate to act on that in the motion we have, but I'd like to keep that idea on the table for anyone reading that. Also, there was a comment about the greenway at the back of that building, and I think it's important to mention that we talked about ground level access because it's part of the sector and guidelines. It's not a random idea that we were talking about. And then I made a comment about preservation of garden apartments in Silver Spring. And I would prefer if that wording read, and historic preservation of best examples of garden-style apartments within Silver Spring area if the community will exist for it.
And amend the minutes in that way.
Yeah.
Do I hear a motion to approve the January 26 minutes as amended?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second?
Second.
Sorry.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. Nobody contesting the amended minutes. All right. And as I said, the closed session minutes will approved at a later date. We're on item 2, and that's okay with everybody to go to item 2 as I look over? Yes. Subdivision plat number 220-2209-60, Section 4 of Kenwood. This is it's a public hearing on a record plat for which we have no speakers. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the record plats, subdivision plat number 220220960.
Do I hear a second?
I seconded, Mr. Chair. This is
Okay.
Commissioner Pinero.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Everybody's in favor. That's a good thing. The record plat's approved. I'm sure I'll get that in 2 seconds at our first break to sign. We have regulatory extensions. We're still in the same session, so we're okay. Yes, I always look over to make sure our technology is on board. Item 3, Runnymede.
Before we move on to that, Mr. Chair, 1A is a set of corrected resolution for Chevy Chase Center.
I forgot that. I'm sorry. We do have a corrected resolution, which is not on my agenda here. Is it on my agenda
on that
there?
one,
Yes. And this dealt with a resolution that was passed by the former board for which we were not party to the hearing. But there were mathematical errors in it that the staff thinks need to be corrected, and they have provided us with that information. It's not it's sort of a mathematical fact that's not in dispute, but for the sake of the record, we need to do that. Can I have a motion to approve the amended resolution? And I can't find
It's site plan 82001021J.
exactly, as I was thinking about it. Can I have a motion to approve the corrected minutes, corrected
So
resolution?
moved.
I seconded.
All those in favor say aye.
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 I just want to tell you I worked that out with Ms. Vias to make sure that we weren't subjected to listening to a meeting for which we could find no contact that would lead us to believe what the correction was. So you save some TV time. You can now go on to Below Decks if that's what you wish. Okay. I can't look at three things at the same time. We're on the extension, right?
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Item 3.
Item 3, thank you. Item 3.1 even. Redmead Preliminary Plan Number 1, 2019-0010. It's an extension request number 2. Staff recommends approval. There's no public testimony on this. The board has the staff memo and explanation in its packet. Do I hear a motion?
I move that we approve that extension for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Well, it's always a speed contest on seconding here, which is good.
Yes.
That means we're anxious to approve the extension. All those in favor of the extension, say aye.
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 All ayes have it. I don't have to ask for noes. Okay, we then have another extension, and this is Flats at Knowles Station, Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 1, 2021-003A, and Site Plan Amendment 8, 2021-003A. Both extension number 2, I believe. Any discussion on this?
Mr. Chair, I'll mention that I have a personal finding here that really suggests that this applicant didn't meet the burden of proof in their application. There is no record at all of any kind of substance of what it is they're asking for. It simply says letters and respond to staff comments. And I think that's appropriate if you're asking for a publicly transparent regulatory exception.
Understood.
Yeah, I want to agree with that because what they're asking for is to change usage, which in a way could really affect the neighboring areas. And it really doesn't reflect that in the application at all.
Of course, they're not asking for a decision on any use. They're asking just to come to us another day, but understood. Okay. Oh, the applicant's here?
Staff.
Oh,
That's
staff, would you like to say anything?
Good morning. Matthew Fulton, Regulatory Supervisor for the Mid-County Division, and I'm joined today with Troy Leftwich, who's the lead reviewer on the project, and I believe that representatives from the applicant are also on the line. And we can discuss any of the outstanding technical issues if you'd like more information about that or timing about the resubmittal, should that be helpful for you.
If it's not extended, what's the outcome?
The application would be deemed dead. It expires, the review period expires, I think, the 12th of February. Is that right?
Let me say this. To gain my vote, I need a reason of substance as to what is on the table that needs an extension. And I don't think it's appropriate for staff to make that statement. I believe it's the applicant's burden. And if they're here, I would accept that as a verbal submission to the record. But
I agree.
Are there, yes, Commissioner Presley had her hand up, but I sense agreement.
Commissioner Hill just asked for what I would like to hear from the applicant as to what justifies this.
Do we have the applicant online?
Yes, my name is Tom Brault for the record from Woodside Development and the applicant N509.
Okay, so what are you responding to that took you longer time?
Primarily excellent collaboration with your staff, and let me thank you for your note about the history and the hike. I've personally done that as a fourth-generation native of our area, so, and my thoughts and prayers are with the earthquake victims. So good morning to everybody. But the staff had expressed some concerns about the stormwater issues in the area, and we've been working really well with staff on resolving all of those. And I think that was the primary issue on the sort of response from our side. there were a couple of minor technical issues in terms of all we're looking to do on this amendment is two very simple things. We're looking to, quote, reduce traffic, if you will. We wanted to do live-work units in this structure, and we found out that they're not marketable, and work with staff to resolve that. So the location and how we move things, the past approvals that your board has done and other projects in Bethesda took a little time to respond to. And I think that's really it, Matt. I don't know if I missed anything from your perspective.
Commissioner Presley?
Yes, I mean, so since you're changing the type of unit that you want to be building, I mean, typically that would have gone through the review the first time. So everything that was reviewed in terms of exactions and everything that goes with your project was based on your first submittal. That gives me a little bit of concern to simply extend it with the intent of having a total other, form factor. Can staff address that for me, why that shouldn't be a concern for us?
Sure. And I just want to be clear that it's a regulatory review period extension. This is not actually approving the change of use. And so the application that's before us that we'll bring to you in just a few months will actually address, pardon me, the change of use from the original approval. And because of those changes and what we need to do from an agency standpoint, we've been working with our executive branch partners and looking to see that everything is complete and ready to bring to the board. That was not the case here with the current review period, and so we were just looking to extend it a few months. And so effectively, because of the statutory 65-day submittal requirement that's in the zoning code, this basically gives the applicant one more month to address those concerns. A 65-day occurring about a month from this week, actually in the beginning of March, would put us at a May hearing, and we feel confident that.
But are you saying, excuse me, are you saying though that their intended change of form factor has nothing to do with the issues regarding stormwater management, that's wholly separate?
It's not separate. It is wrapped up with the application that's before us, and that'll be something that we are analyzing and we'll be able to present to you and make our findings when we bring it to you in just a few months.
But I think you understand what I'm getting at. I'm not trying to be hard on the applicant. I just really want to understand we're doing the right thing. If they were to have come forward when they did for initial approval to move forward on this and presented this other type, excuse me, of form factor, would there not have been different considerations as to, the whole plan, what's to be provided, the amenities and so forth? Can you confidently say that this wouldn't change even if they changed the, what's ultimately delivered?
Troy Leffers for the record. To kind of address that in particular, like with the storm drain analysis, part of it, the analysis with the change in use essentially is part of like scoped in with the actual review. So we have to wait for approval from SHA, which is a joint agency that's part of this. SHA and DOT that has to weigh in on the storm drain analysis. So with that change in use, that is part of the element that is part of this extension request. Along with that is a joint application that needs to have consistency in regards of just getting the plans prepared so that we could bring that to the board with that confidence of the storm drain analysis.
And final question on that is just, the public weighed in on the first round, and if the use changes, is there that same period for public comment?
Yes.
It'll be a public hearing when we get it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the extension request for preliminary plan, the Flats at Knoll Station preliminary plan amendment number 120210003A. Do you want me to do?
And site plan.
And also, okay. And site plan amendment number 8201003A. And this is the second extension request.
Okay. Do I hear a second?
With the
Mr. Chair, I
explanation.
second the motion, both for the preliminary plan amendment and the site plan amendment for 90 days.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 I will vote aye. Mr. Chair, I'd just like to comment, notwithstanding my opening comment, I think there's adequate transparency that has been provided here verbally. I'm glad the applicant was available online to resolve that. And I'll just mention that as long as I'm sitting here, I will be holding other extension applications that same standard of identifying what the substance is that they're after.
And we would expect no less.
I appreciate Commissioner Presley's concerns about process here, and Commissioner Branson also had sharing that.
And what was your vote?
I voted aye.
Oh, okay. And let the record reflect the comments after the approval of the extension, so we don't do that again. Oh, I'm trying to learn in this job. All right, now we have a roundtable discussion. Director Stern is here for us.
Yes, good morning. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. For the record, I have we have a couple of presentations, if we can get those loaded. And also just wanted to note that I will be giving a very short couple of updates, but the majority of this time is intended for our housing planner, Lisa Gavoni, to share with the board the same presentation on the rental housing market in the county that she presented to the council's Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee about a week or so ago at their Affordable Housing Roundtable. Next slide. Just very briefly, as the board is aware, on Monday, the county's delegation for the state legislature voted unfavorable on Bill 104-23. This was the MNC PPC Restructuring Task Force bill, and they did so because the planning department voluntarily agreed to jointly create a development review process work group in coordination with the county executive and the state delegation. And their charge is to review the existing development review process and to identify ways to improve it in order to support economic development in the county. And as part of that, to identify any potential changes for county and state legislation that the county council and the General Assembly could potentially take up. The work group is asked, or has been charged to do their work between May and October of this year, with a report to be submitted on October 15th. And as part of the work group, the planning department will have representation. There will be representatives from the agencies, particularly the executive branch agencies that are part of the Development Review Committee that we work with to review development applications. And there will be representatives from the General Assembly, as well as members from the public and the development community. And so, again, this is all just recently agreed to. Chair Zients signed a letter of intent with these details on our behalf, but just wanted to note that, we are fully committed to making sure that the work group has a very productive process so that we can turn in some good recommendations. And just also wanted to mention that in preparation for their work, which among their scope is to look at the development review processes of other jurisdictions. We have already begun to reach out to our peer planning departments around the region to let them know about this effort and to request their assistance in providing information about their processes. So we are, again, further details to come. I guess one other thing I wanted to mention is that the work group is charged with having at least 3 public hearing sessions, not hearings as in a board public hearing, but listening sessions for the community to share their feedback on the process. And then they will have working sessions that will be public as well. At least one of those community meetings will be hosted by us. So again, further details to be worked out, but I just wanted to make sure that, everyone is aware about this effort that's coming up.
Staff support for this is coming out of this agency or out of you mentioned participation, but I presume there's a staff layer underneath this work group, and I'm wondering if that's from the council, from the county executive, from here?
Well, for at least, for the planning department, yes, we will have representation on the work group, but we will have other staff that will be supporting these efforts. And my understanding is that with the county agencies that will be on the work group, they will have their own, staffing resources and other representatives. So all of that's still to be worked out, but yes, it will be probably a larger team of folks working behind the scenes, supporting the agencies that are going to be on the work group.
So, since you already have a development review committee that works as a part of this process, it sounds to me like this is basically an oversight action of that committee. You will essentially be doing oversight of how that committee functions.
Well, just to clarify, so in terms of the development review process in the county, the planning department leads that. The development review committee is a part of that because they represent the agencies that have their own specific requirements that they are looking for and need to make sure are in place as development projects are designed and go through the approvals process through up until the board's approval, and then subsequently when they have to go for building permits and it's sort of the other pieces that agencies do after they've gotten the approval of the development proposal, that all those pieces are in place. So this isn't so much, this is really a review of the entire development review process. The DRC is very much a part of it, but it's not just focused on the DRC in and of itself.
So my next question is, thanks, that's very helpful, because when I read this, I was like, when I read the newspaper, I was like, and how is this different than this? When you come up with the additional, fill in the details of this outline of, the process of moving forward, will this board have an opportunity to review that? Is that part of the sort of deal that was struck?
Keep pressing the wrong button. The intent was for myself and the department to pick some, at least 6 representatives, both from the building community and the general community. Oh, I'm sorry. Gee, having a tough day today. But no, it wasn't to come back to the board. Again, the work for the board will be if they come up with a recommendation or what the recommendation they come up with. And I certainly recognized my own tenure in this and relied a lot on the department to make the fundamental decisions here on how this board goes and what I ultimately signed. Oh.
I also just wanted to note that the planning department is a participant in this work group, but we are not the ones running the work group. Delegate Lopez from the county's delegation, she will be the chair of the work group. And again, this is intended to be a collaborative effort between our department, the county executives, executive branch agencies, and the delegation. And I believe prior to taking the final report to the state legislature, we would like to come to the board just to brief you all on what the recommendations are from the work group. So there is that opportunity.
Okay, yeah. I mean, because, my concern is that every one of these undertakings has to involve a basic outline of, what are we going to cover, what are we going to look like, what is it going to look like, how deep are we going to go into each of these facets, and, since this agency, I don't want to say is the target, but kind of is the target of this, I would hope that, that the agency has some substantial input on what, the parameters of this could be, because this could go on for, I mean, I know it's time limited, but, there's always part 2 potential. And so that's, that's my concern. But if you all are going to update when the recommendations are complete, I guess, or at least drafted, I think that would be helpful.
I'm just thinking about time here, since we're
Yes.
way over where we thought we might be, and maybe we would do the update on the rental study some other time, if that's okay. I'm sorry to wait. Is that okay with the rest of the board members? We were going to hear how rents have increased over time and how they're doing relative to inflation in preparation for whatever the county wants to do in that area of possible rent control or rent stabilization. We're a body that tries to provide the facts to that. And if we could delay this to some other time.
Certainly, we can do that. If you don't mind, I just really quickly wanted to mention one other item.
Sure.
Because this is something that we just completed yesterday. We worked with the Urban Land Institute Washington, which is the Urban Land Institute. I've mentioned this to the board before. It's a professional membership organization that focuses on real estate and land use issues. I'm a member along with other colleagues. They offer this program as a technical assistance panel, which is a day-and-a-half effort by experts from this region who are ULI members who volunteer their time to look at a particular issue, project in a sponsored jurisdiction. And so we developed an effort to have a TAP look at the University Boulevard corridor area, for which we're currently doing a master plan. And they completed their work yesterday and we had a presentation here that they made. We have members from the community here as well. It was recorded, so you can watch it if you missed it. And there's some photos from the tours that they took. And again, they basically, this is sort of what I call free consulting work in about a day and a half. But it's really great because you get sort of objective expertise in looking at particular issues. We give them a set of questions and we kind of leave it up to them to come up with their recommendations. And so they presented their recommendations yesterday, had a very robust conversation with community members, and at the end, ULI Washington will produce a report that will be publicly available as well. So just wanted to thank the Mid-County staff who worked on pulling this together and supporting the TAP effort, and also to thank ULI Washington for their assistance.
Very good. We always like free labor. It's okay. The Parks Department uses child labor, it seems, for their volunteers, so
Well,
never mind.
I'm not going to get into that, but I just to get back to the TAP for a second, I also have served on 2 TAPs myself. In DC and in Northern Virginia, so I've been both a sponsor and a participant, and definitely appreciate the value of having this type of resource to support our work. And that concludes
Thank
my
you.
presentation.
Thank you. And Ms. Gavoni, thank you for your forbearance, but I think it would be better served at another time. Thank you. Greetings. It's still February 9th, 2023. We're on item 5 at the planning board session. This is the pedestrian master plan working draft acceptance. Should the board approve this, it will go to public hearing, but we'll get an explanation of exactly what it is from staff. Which staff? Jason or?
I can go. My name's Eli Glazier, for the record, project manager for the pedestrian master plan. Today, I think we have some brief remarks and slides, and then we'll really just open up the floor to any questions or comments that you all had about if you've cogitated about what we talked about last week, or you've read the working draft and you have some questions about that as well. So
Can I
the
just jump in just really
Sure.
quickly? Again, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. Just wanted to remind the board that this is really the first initial conversation about the draft pedestrian master plan, and that we will be holding a series of work sessions after the public hearing.
Thank you. The roadmap for today's presentation, brief overview of the vision and goals again, plan outline. We can discuss the comments that we've received from planning board commissioners to date, a proposed plan timeline moving forward, and then the requested planning board action that we'd like to come at the end of this item. Vision and goals. We want the plan envisions a community where walking and rolling using a mobility device is safe, comfortable, convenient, and accessible for pedestrians of all ages and abilities across the county. The goals that support that vision, as we said last time, increasing walking rates and pedestrian satisfaction, creating this comfortable, connected network, improving pedestrian safety, and then doing all of those things in a way that's equitable and just. The plan outline, I think executive summary, introduction, racial equity and social justice statement, the vision and goals, how the existing conditions, essentially the baseline conditions for how we're achieving those vision and goals today, recommendations to help us achieve the vision and goals, some ideas about implementation, continued monitoring of how we're implementing the plan, a glossary of terms, and then appendices that have more of the technical information about the prioritization and things like that. So that's, I think, the bulk of the presentation, other than now I'm just going to get into some of the comments we've received so far. The first comment is just to add a plan abstract that explains which master plans this plan supersedes. So we are prepared sort of after the cover page of the plan to have an abstract that explains that this amends essentially all past functional plans, area master plans, and sector plans, just to be broad and expansive. Yeah, I think our intent is ultimately when the plan is approved and adopted, the resolution will actually detail every single plan, but this is sort of the statement about what happens. Another comment was in the existing conditions section of the working draft, the headers, which are organized around the goals of the plan, included verbs that were, I guess, a little bit incongruous with the existing condition. So the suggestion here was to remove those verbs. So an example of that, goal 1, that section talks about essentially walking mode share and satisfaction. Rather than saying increase walking rates and satisfaction, it's just about walking rates and satisfaction. So just more of a statement rather than an action. The next one was a comment about the bicycle pedestrian priority area tables. And I think the concern that was expressed was that maybe each of the BIPAs should have a unique identifier, that we could have different maps to show for different policy areas where the BIPAs were. I think what staff would like to do is maintain the current approach to essentially using the ID field in the tables really as an identifier to connect to the associated map, just so you know. In this table, for instance, Bowie Mill Road between Cashel and Olney-Laytonsville, where that is on the map that's adjacent to it. I think we had concerns that labeling all of the BIPAs for the whole county would really create a lot of clutter on the map. It would be really visually difficult to sort of differentiate. And then I think to provide more clarity about the intent and the purpose of that ID column, we've replaced the ID number column header with map reference number to make it clear that it's really associated with the map, and this is not a statement of BIPA priority, that just because one is rated number one, it's not a priority. And to sort of further emphasize that, the caption of each table highlights that they're listed alphabetically, not in terms of priority. There was an additional comment to add references to Thrive 2050, the general plan of the county. Currently, Thrive 2050 is mentioned in 2 recommendations. So B4, which is about creating and encouraging land use that's conducive to walking, and then B10, which is about state highways. We have, I think, already recommended adding text to the abstract, which was described on the prior slide, and then some additional references to Thrive 2050, including in the executive summary, to modify the first paragraph as follows, to essentially say that the plan supports the Thrive Montgomery 2050 policy to develop a safe and appealing network for walking, biking, and rolling. And then also in the introduction, to say that the recommendations in this plan support the larger goals of Thrive, and you can sort of read on as well. So I think 2 higher level statements early on, and then I think there are probably many other opportunities to reference Thrive throughout the document. We're definitely amenable and willing to add additional references during the work sessions as each section of the plan is reviewed. Another comment, more of a aesthetic legibility comment, change figure 3, the colors and symbols of this map, which essentially shows the Title I focus and high farms rate schools in Montgomery County. So to improve the legibility of this, so what staff's done is a couple things. One, improve the contrast between the other schools and the Title I focus and farm schools. And then also, I think an important change is change the symbology so it's not the same symbol, but one symbol. The Title I focus and farm schools is a triangle, and the other schools are a circle, just so if you did have a form of color blindness or something like that, it would still be easy to differentiate. Another comment, this can be quick, there's a typo on the slide about the Complete Streets Design Guide. In the prior session, it said county as a land use context. The entire county has a county land use context. The appropriate word was country. So that term does not appear in the plan itself. It was just on the slide. Additional comment, rolling as a term of art. Essentially this idea that when we talk about being a pedestrian, we say pedestrians are walking, pedestrians are rolling. That is a term that I think can lend itself to sort of vagaries and like, well, so many different things are wheeled or do roll, but it's a term that has really taken hold in the field over the past several years. Thrive 2050 uses it, the pedestrian plans used it for several years, and then the CDC, the US DOT, Maryland DOT, and then I think a review of Vision Zero websites across it's a fairly common term to just try and be more universal in our explanation of what a pedestrian is. I think when we make specific reference to people with accessibility challenges or disability, we do make those references in the text. We don't sort of bundle it all into this idea of rolling. But if there are specific pieces, or we're talking about motorized wheelchairs specifically, or power scooters or something like that, that gets mentioned. It's just in thinking about the term pedestrian, we want to be as inclusive as possible.
Can I just comment on that? Which
Sure.
My concern there was just, when I picked this up, it was actually something you provided last week. It wasn't the whole plan, and I recognize the plan is a good bit more specific about that. But I picked it up, and I intuitively didn't get the right context of what rolling was meant in the particular page. And I just figured I was a figurehead for the general public, and I'm worried about the general public following that. So I will I will bow to, if this is a term of art that is becoming common in the planning industry, but we just need to watch out for jargon.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think there are also opportunities in the plan as we move forward and lay it out in a more formal way to provide, we have a glossary already, but to provide more inline definitions. I'm a fan of sort of the Edward Tufte like sidebar. So not an endnote, not a footnote, but like just really inline so you can understand immediately like what the definition is. So I think there's some opportunities to improve legibility in that way.
I think the critical distinction there has to do with handy people that are mobility challenged, right? As a handy able person, right?
If I can also just mention, we have been using the walking and rolling as part of the focus for this plan since the very beginning of this plan when we launched it back in 2019 and did initial community engagement at that time. And so I definitely appreciate your feedbacks, and we can definitely make sure that that's clear, but just wanted to say we've actually been using this as part of our definition of pedestrians throughout the project. And also, I'm sure Eli is probably going to mention this at some point, but as part of our community engagement, you met with the Commission on Disabilities as well to make sure that we got that feedback early on, because that is part of what we're looking at. It's not just for people who can get about on two legs, but make sure that everybody who is a pedestrian, more broadly speaking, is fully represented in this plan.
Thank you. Oh, Commissioner Pinero has a comment.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I had this question before, and I still, a little bit confused when we talk about biking and rolling, because I know we have a biking also plan, which is separate from the pedestrian. And I'm thinking, why is it that we are combining it here? When we talk about pedestrian, it's very different than biking, because biking requires, setting up bike lanes. It requires, and even, well, rolling I can understand when we're talking about, people with disabilities, wheelchairs or motorized. But biking to me it is really a separate, because first of all, you don't want biking and pedestrians to be together. No, I mean, we don't allow bikes to use, let's say, sidewalks, or, I mean, they do require specific, requirements that create more of a conflict, let's say, with the use of the automobiles. If you're going to create a bike lane, it's a separate issue. So can you again clarify to me what is let's say the point where the bike and the pedestrians coincide in this plan?
Yeah, so I think just to reiterate, rolling as a term in the plan it's not meant to be inclusive of bicycling. I think you correctly stated that there is a separate bicycle master plan, and the needs, responsibilities, and infrastructure required for biking are often different than for walking. Rolling in this plan is mostly about mobility devices for people who are not able to walk. So things like wheelchairs, motorized scooters, and other similar mobility devices, which is not immediately inclusive of sort of pedal bicycles and things like that.
I guess slow rolling would be a bad way to express that.
It would be, because there actually is a subculture of bicycling that's called slow rolling. So yeah, I think these terms of art and like colloquialisms. It's hard to find a lane for the appropriate terminology.
No pun intended on the lane statement. So, but I do have I guess sort of a separate question, kind of related. And I guess my concern when we're talking about these mobility issues are for people who, just may have physical issues that cause them to move slower. You know, I mean, is there, you know, I mean, yeah, hopefully in 20 years, I'll be walking slow. I'll still be walking, but I'll be walking real slow. So, you know, that is a part of that inclusive thing, I think, you know, that elderly people and, you know, small children, I mean, you know, women who are expecting, there's a whole lot of folk who can be walking slow out here. So I'm just wondering whether that, that kind of notion is included here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we feel that walking and rolling really encompasses that, but I think we have made specific recommendations in the plan that get at the exact issue that you're talking about, that I think most specifically, often it can be difficult for people who are walking slower to cross an intersection in the amount of time. So there's a recommendation in the plan in specific locations in the county where there may be a larger propensity of older people or people with disabilities or school children to look at the signal timing so there's more time for people to cross. So that's exactly right. That's something that we've thought about. Just a couple more, and then I think if the chair wants to open the floor to other comments that people have. Just a question about additional emphasis on sort of the pedestrian mode as a last mile mode. I think this is an important topic, and we are 100% on board with identifying additional locations throughout the plan that we can emphasize this throughout the work sessions. I think I've said at a lot of meetings that everyone is a pedestrian at some point during their day, and when we look at the performance measures that we've developed for this, some of those measures include public transportation mode share, with the understanding that to get to that bus stop, to get to that metro station or vice versa, you're walking at least some portion of that trip. So if we can increase transit mode share, it's a proxy for increasing walking, things like that. So yes, we're definitely on board with this. And then the last comment that we received beforehand is essentially how amenable is the State Highway Administration to granting the county more control of the roadways. And I think it's important to start with the intent of this recommendation first and the conversation here. The idea is that we really want to have an open public conversation about the advantages and disadvantages of different approaches to taking control of state highways, whether that's formal ownership or just maintenance, or like what achieves our goals. And what our goals are to achieve the vision of Thrive 2050, our bus rapid transit plan, and Vision Zero. And I think the challenge we face is that all of these three things, so Thrive 2050 is a land use transportation piece, bus rapid transit is a transportation piece, and then Vision Zero, what we've seen is that a vastly disproportionate number of our severe injuries and fatalities are happening on these state roads. We see there's sort of a tension between what we want to accomplish through these plans and the ability institutionally of this state agency to be able to do that to the extent that we think we need to achieve these planned goals. So that's really the need, and that's sparked the recommendation, which hopefully leads to future conversations and progress on achieving that goal. There was a question also about, has this been done before? And I think there are many there are several examples across the county, but I think most notably, Flower Avenue in Tacoma Park was returned to the city of Tacoma Park as from a state road sometime in the 2000s?
In 2010.
In 2010. So this is something that can happen. There is a precedent for it. I think the large question is more about when you transfer ownership or control, there are questions about maintenance, funding, and things like that. So that formula there are serious implications, obviously, to ongoing operations, both at the state level and at the county level in that transaction. So that's really what the recommendation is about, trying to figure out, trying to mediate those issues and come to some agreement that would allow something like this to move forward. don't think I can advance the slides.
Do you have
So
anything?
we're having some issue with the PowerPoint here, but Eli, you can read off my slide. If that's helpful.
I'm not going to be able to advance the slide, though.
We're not going to be able to advance this slide, but I think that addresses all of the comments that we've heard.
Yeah, I
don't
can,
know if
yeah.
you
So
wanna use
the
those.
next slide is something that we talked about last time as well. It's just the timeline moving forward. In the staff report, we've requested a public hearing for March 23rd. The planning board work sessions would begin April 13th. After that, we would anticipate that the planning board would transmit the planning board draft to council in June. There'd be public hearings for the county council in fall. The T&E committee work sessions would begin in fall of this year, and then county council would adopt the pedestrian plan in winter of 2023. So that's the timeline. The ask as part of this plan, sorry, we're good, great.
Magic.
Well, now I can't. Okay. So I guess our immediate next step here, assuming you accept the working draft as the public hearing draft and set the public hearing date, is to really pursue all avenues to encouraging more people to testify at this public hearing. So in addition to all of the applicable noticing requirements, which include mailings to the municipalities, mailings to homeowners associations, community associations, newspaper noticing, et cetera. We have a substantial e-letter list, a newsletter list that we've developed over the course of the plan for the pedestrian plan that we intend to rely heavily on to get people who have already expressed interest in pedestrian issues to share their perspectives about the plan. We also had a community advisory group as part of this plan, so we intend to essentially personally reach out to each of those people and the groups that they represent to ensure that those communities have the opportunity and are encouraged to testify. We've also hosted a number of meetings across the county where we didn't host the meeting. We sort of parachuted into other people's meetings and talked about the pedestrian plan. So I intend to sort of follow up with those people and let them know that this plan is in the public hearing phase and encourage them to share that with their networks so they can testify as well. We also intend to lean a little bit on our county council colleagues and the regional service center directors to spread the word through their e-letters and social media. We've already had discussions with park staff so we can do planning and parks social related engagement about the encouraging testimony. And then this plan, I think, has been very successful over the years at getting sort of earned media, getting write-ups in the newspaper or on radio, and we have begun pitching to media outlets about the public hearing, that there's a public hearing coming and this plan has reached this important milestone. And I anticipate we will get some earned media, sort of TV coverage, newspaper coverage, radio coverage about this as well. And then we also are planning on attending upcoming events leading up to the public hearing date, including Councilmember Fanny Gonzalez is having a Wheaton infrastructure town hall on February 22nd, where among other things that will be discussed are sort of pedestrian issues in Wheaton, which is a logical pivot to encouraging people who are interested to testify. So I think that's sort of what we have here. If we find that registration for testimony is somehow lacking, I think there are some additional strategies we could employ to get more public engagement or more participation in the public hearing. But I think that's something that we can keep the board updated with sort of as we progress closer to the public hearing date. And then I don't know if I can change the screen.
But let me just ask.
Sorry, go for it.
Because I don't really know the answer to this at all. Does the council or the executive have some kind of working group? Oh, I'm sorry. Does the council or the executive have some kind of working group that focuses on Vision Zero?
Yes, so the executive has a Vision Zero coordinator named Wade Holland, and in addition to the work that he does on a daily basis, he convenes a quarterly working group of people who lead Vision Zero at different county agencies, including I am the current representative for the planning department in that group, the Department of Transportation, the Police Department, the Department of General Services, all of sort of the different agencies, because of the interdisciplinary nature of Vision Zero, have representatives there. And that group essentially provides updates about different things related to Vision Zero, and then tracks progress on implementing the Vision Zero action plan that Mr. Holland also administers. So we can just keep track of how that plan is being implemented.
So I asked the question because while everything you just said is implied in this encouraged public hearing testimony, it doesn't specifically say that you're going to work with the Vision Zero group. And it might be good to, just say that on here.
Okay.
Thank you.
If I can also just jump in, I have been, in some meetings that I've attended with other agencies, or even in community meetings, have mentioned a pedestrian master plan. And I also participate in an interagency directors meeting. There's one coming up, I think, in the next couple of weeks or so, and have mentioned that we're working on this project, and can mention this again to say we have a public hearing coming up. You all have new e-newsletters that you all send out. Can you please help to promote this as well? So we definitely have some other avenues to use.
And if I could also add, for the record, Jason Sartori, Chief of Countywide Planning and Policy. I want to, kind of in a way commend Mr. Glazier as well as our communications staff, because we've been working on this plan for 3.5 years, and there's been an extensive amount of outreach and engagement, everything from surveys to, working with MCPS to get information on how students travel to and from school, and working with DOT, working with Mr. Holland in the county's Vision Zero office. And so with all of that, I think as we go forward, we're going to reach out to all of them again and say, let them know that this is going. If they have newsletters, if they have an opportunity to help us advertise this, we're gonna hope that they can participate in that as well, because it's been really great to work with them all throughout for the past 3.5 years.
Okay. Commissioner Pinero?
Yes, hi. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've been hearing about this public engagement, and I think it's fantastic, all this testimony and Vision Zero, how you need to coordinate with Vision Zero. What concerns me is I don't know how much we can do about pedestrian safety, or whether this is something that can be regulated or planned that much. I think a lot of it is persuading people. It's also a lot of carrot and stick, like rewards and punishment. I mean, the way I see it, it's an educational process, because as I come down Georgia Avenue to get to my house, there are so many people jaywalking. And then you kind of, you think about, okay, what can be done so that people can stop? Or is it that the crossroads are too far for people to cross, in different intersections? Maybe we should be measuring that. Maybe we should be thinking about pedestrian bridges. It's just human nature. If people have to walk a long way to get to where they're going, they're going to jaywalk. And then what kind of, fines or punishment or whatever, so that there's no more, people dying from cars? To what extent this is going to be like an educational, there's an educational objective to reduce jaywalking? That's my question.
If I may, number one, our ask here is to put something out for a public hearing draft for a master plan that was requested by the county council. So we are doing what we were asked, and embedded in this plan is a ton of recommendations for education, among a lot of other recommendations. So we're not implementing it today. We are not answering all the questions today. We're being asked to put it out for public hearing. Is that sufficient for you, Commissioner Pinero?
Yeah, yes, it is. I'm just, I haven't heard much about kind of the carrot and stick issue and to what extent, there needs to be education coming from above, yeah.
I noted at least 3 points of recommendations for education within the plan already, and I'm sure we'll get more testimony and more discussion on that when we get to the public hearing and in our own deliberations.
And as we proceed
Okay,
through.
thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just quickly, as we proceed through the work sessions, that will be the opportunity, Commissioner Pinero, to look at the recommendations that are already in the working draft plan to specifically address the issues that you just raised.
Okay, thank you.
The other, Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, just to piggyback for a moment on what Commissioner Panera said, I think one of the critical things going forward is engaging children and particularly getting them to walk to school again. And a large part of that, I think, has to do with it's not perceived to be safe by parents, so they don't let their kids do that. And addressing that, I think, is a big thing. So if we can recapture the habit of people as young people to become lifetime walkers, that's, I think, the tipping point that I would expect out there. And one other comment here is, having gotten the whole plan and really looked at it now, I really like the goals and objectives section. And there are a lot of numbers in there, and looking in my crystal ball, I'm going to guess in the short term, we're not going to come very close to the numbers because we have a difficulty of changing the auto environment, and that's going to be hard to do at first. But I think the excellent part of those numbers is, I think in the long term, we get there better if we put the number there and make that our goal. And that's exactly what the goal section is about. So I think that's a really excellent part here. And let's put it out in the public and see what they have to say about the numbers and the goals if they go to that level of detail.
Right.
But yeah, that's.
You can't know what you're doing if you don't have a goal.
That's right. And I think you did a very good job, not only saying what the goal was, but putting a metric on it.
If there is no other comments, I'd just like to say this was one fantastic plan. And I would call it bodacious in its scope, as I have in staff meetings. It's rare that we see a plan that has, number one, this depth of detail on what's actually going on in the real world, and cut in all sorts of different ways. There's a school cut. There's a physical attribute cut to it. It's remarkable in what it has. It's also remarkable in its scope for looking for financial support for this in the future. There had to be, 3 or 4 recommendations that deal with funding for either CIP, operating, equipment, painting, all sorts of things in this. It also has that educational component that came up before. It is an incredible plan, and you deserve great praise for bringing this together. I know what it is to look through data because the nature of data is that it's always dirty, and you have to clean it to make it make sense, and I think you've done a great job. I think in the future, when we get to work sessions, there'll be a lot of people that talk to what the right priorities should be. There is a whole school idea here, and we pay something like $40 million in schools for buses right now, and you've pointed out a whole number of schools that have 1% walking. I think you might get some push on prioritizing that school walking, because the school walking will also make an area for recreational walking more pleasant as well. And although you don't emphasize it, your survey said that 80% of the people walk for recreation, even though they walk every day for other purposes. But walking recreation was one of those prime purposes. And if you can do it casually, when you get used to it, getting your kid to school, it'll work. But you'll get a lot of that comment on prioritization. So we'll have to work that out. I've said more than I generally say, so I'll be quiet. I'll look forward to a motion to approve this as a planning board draft. Oh,
As the public hearing draft.
oh, public hearing.
We'll get to the planning board
I would
draft.
I would also ask if
I
you-
am just too old. You know, 20 years ago, we changed the terminologies, and I still haven't recovered.
I guess formally, we would ask that you approve the master plan working draft as amended today by staff as the public hearing draft, and then set the public hearing date for Thursday, March 23rd, 2023 at 6
We
p.m.
set the public hearing date today? We do. Okay.
Do we need
Okay.
two separate motions for these things? Or-
I don't,
Okay.
all right.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, sorry, thought I had it pressed. Today is Mike Day. Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the pedestrian master plan working draft as a public hearing draft as amended today in our discussions.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Tremendous achievement. Next motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we set the pedestrian master plan public hearing date for Thursday, March 23rd at 6 p.m.
Second, Mr.
All
Chair.
right, we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it, unanimous. Great work.
Thank you.
Go and continue. I do like these 6 o'clock meetings, I think, for an evening meeting. I think that works better for everybody, but, okay, do we have to pause again? Yes, we do. Good morning. It's February 9th, 2023. We are on item 7 of the Planning Board agenda. This is the Silver Spring Downtown and adjacent communities design excellence. It's a staff recommendation to approve the design guidelines and the design advisory panel rules of procedure. The board has gone through this a little bit before. The staff is coming back with how the document has changed from those amendments. Who would like to take this?
Thank you, Chair. Chair and Commissioners, for the record, Atara Margulies, Down County Planning. So yes, we were here 2 weeks ago where we presented the design guidelines, and now we received public comment last time. We discussed a whole bunch of revisions. So those revisions were incorporated into the document, which was posted as part of the agenda for the board's review. In addition, last time we discussed the design advisory panel. We approved the design advisory panel members, but there was some discussion about the rules of procedure. We revised those as well, and those were also posted to the agenda for the board's review. So today, we are here to request approval of both of those items. We have received in the last few days a few comments, additional comments on the design guidelines, so we're prepared to go through those for the board, unless you have any comments before we start.
You're talking about Ms. Stacy Silver's correspondence. Did we get
There's
others to sign that?
there's, in the packet, I believe there's comments from 4 different parties.
If you would, I think the board would like you to go through your response to that.
Sure. So this is one of the first comments I want to just touch on is actually there was a comment in the communication from Ms. Silber about a sentence about surface parking in the adjacent communities, and actually that was an error by staff. We were supposed to delete that. We talked about that last time. Our error that when we went to do the revisions, we missed that, so we will delete that. We don't have any further comments because we still think we should delete the sentence.
Just don't understand, it's the specificity of surface parking that we're talking about.
The language in the guidelines says that the guidelines sort of permit surface parking in adjacent communities, but the guidelines don't permit or forbid anything. So we had said last time we would just strike that sentence, and my apologies that we missed that in our review, but we will obviously pick that up.
If you're going through Ms. Abrams' recommendations, or no?
No, we're just removing
Right.
that sentence,
Yeah,
which is what we discussed last time. Yes.
Right.
So there'll be no comment about surface parking in the adjacent
Okay.
communities whatsoever. So it's just governed by the zoning, whatever the zoning is for those parcels, whether or not it's allowed. So the next, oh, yes.
I was just going to ask you, I was reading Ms. Silver's comments as well the other day, and we will come back to the rest of those comments during this presentation?
Yes, I'm going to go through them right now.
Okay,
Just
perfect.
that
Thank
one
you.
was our error that it even appeared again, so I wanted to dispense with that first.
Got it. Thank you.
Sure. So the next comment that is raised in that communication is about design guidelines flexibility. We also talked about this last time, and we actually added language. We added the words to this. There was a line in page 5 in the guidelines about how sites are evaluated, and now in the revised version, it says that all sites will be evaluated based on surrounding context, site conditions, and site constraints, which is what we discussed last time. That way, it's sort of allows a lot of flexibility because site constraints can be defined in many ways. The comment that was proposed by Ms. Silber has sort of a more specific description of site constraints and ways around it, and we think the language that we discussed last time is more flexible, it allows for more creativity, and it still covers all different kinds of site constraints situations. So we're comfortable still that the language we have addresses the issue.
I would agree with that. You've put in enough flexibility to overcome the concerns that were expressed. I think your language is fine. Does anybody else have any? Everybody's okay with that?
Thank you. So the next comment is about also something we discussed last time. So last time we reviewed how staff was in agreement that we should clarify that the street sections in the sector plan generally take precedence over the section diagrams and the design guidelines. We included the word generally because we need to allow flexibility for unforeseen future circumstances. And I'll give an example. So, of course, the sector plan and the design guidelines are like a 20-year-ish document. So, for example, in the sector plan, there are sections, options, different options of the way bus rapid transit could be incorporated into a street section for Georgia Avenue in Colesville. Of course, we're not implementing that. MCDOT, if they decide to, would implement that, and we don't know how it will be implemented. They're also studying how to do that in greater detail. So it is possible that in the future, a section from the sector plan, because of implemented conditions in the field, might not be able to be built exactly according to dimensions, and that's when we would need the guidelines and sort of the range of dimensions provided and the bullet points to fill in. And that's really the one example we were thinking of, because we know that there, for example, the bus rapid transit condition, there's many ways to implement it. The final section of the street could look many ways. And so we wanted to add a word that just allows for some wiggle room if necessary, but the intent is that the street sections in the sector plan do take precedence.
I sort of understand it, but I also understand the priority of council adopted documents versus our own guidelines. So I certainly understood striking the word generally.
I did too.
If you wanted to add something that said, unless intervening events made following the guidelines impossible, something like that. But I think that's better than the generally statement, because it kind of looks like we're overriding what the council adopted.
I hear that. I mean, I think, like you said, there is already an inherent overriding of the sector plan of anything, because it's a council document and the guidelines come second. And if there was a condition that could not be met from the sector plan in terms of street sections, it seems like it would automatically go to the guidelines. And if the board feels that is sort of understood, then I think we're okay taking out the word generally.
Just taking out the word.
Yeah.
I agree.
Commissioner Presley agrees. Any other comment?
Yeah, I also, sorry to do this, but I want to go back to the flexibility language. Just because I know, I mean, we're trying to streamline the process for development, et cetera. And these folks need some certainty. And I was in agreement with the comments provided by Ms. Silber and her associate, that it's understood that the sites with these unique constraints conditions may not be able to achieve prescriptive methods and metrics. I think that sentence is important, because you don't want people coming in not knowing where they're going to stand. It's difficult enough already to kind of judge and prepare for what exactions you might need and do the costing out and everything. I think anytime we can provide more certainty, it is better. So I don't know how I know how the chair feels, so I don't know how the other fellow commissioners feel, but I am in agreement with the changes proposed by Ms. Silber and her associate in terms of the guidelines. I mean, the flexibility aspect.
So if I can interject, Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, I guess I would suggest that the proposed language does not provide certainty. I think it would suggest a lower standard, a lower design standard for certain sites. I think the council, in approving the overlay zone, requires the maximum design excellence points. And I think that as we spoke last time, I think if you're on a more, every site is constrained. If you're on a more constrained site or less constrained site, that doesn't mean the design should be any less excellent. There shouldn't be 8 design excellence points because you have a smaller site. There should be 10. It should be the quality of the design. And I think what we're concerned about is that during the development review process, this change would weaken the DAP's hand, it would weaken staff's hand to get the best design possible. Ultimately, the planning board is going to, so the DAP is only going to make a recommendation, just as the staff makes a recommendation. If there's a particular project that the applicant feels that, they're not able to, that, the recommendation of the DAP and the staff is unreasonable, the planning board will be in a position to allow those points. So I think I would reiterate.
Yeah, Elsa, I'm not suggesting that points be allowed to be reduced. I just think that there needs to be the planning for alternatives. Someone can provide an additional, if they're unable to meet one constraint that was suggested, they might be able to provide something that we can't foresee right now, but we might consider it to be a better point towards design. And if this language that Ms. Silber proposed isn't enough, then I suggest we try to revise it in a way that makes that clear, that points will still be achieved, but we have to allow for an interpretation that is acceptable by the DAP, right? That might not be prescribed initially.
If I may, Atara Margulies, so actually, if we read the entire paragraph where this sentence is, I think it gets at those points. So if we look at section 1.2.2 on page 5, it starts off by saying, the planning board may approve alternative design approaches that better meet the intent of the design guidelines for both buildings and open spaces. This review flexibility will allow room for truly exceptional and unexpected creative solutions to improve the downtown. Certain guidelines provide a range of recommended metrics to appropriately meet the intent. These ranges are not rigid requirements, but instead provide predictability for applicants as to what will be expected during development review, and provide staff and the planning board with a framework to guide the process. Design proposals will be evaluated during the development review process based on the surrounding context, site conditions, site constraints, and how the project meets the sector plan goals and design guidelines intent. So I think that whole sentence gets at the exact what we've just been discussing, that these are guidelines, so they provide some predictability, but we also recognize that there will be many unpredictable things that come. And rather than provide a list of alternatives, which will certainly, like, as you said, Commissioner Presley, not capture all the things that will come up, rather, we would rather say, this is the baseline that we're looking for, but if you have there are issues that preclude you from providing that on the site, come forward with a creative solution, and we would love to see it. So I think, and that's what we're trying to say here, and we're trying to say it sort of plainly and with with a degree of flexibility without adding too many caveats that may inadvertently make it less flexible.
Well, the one word that troubles me is that better meet the design guidelines. Couldn't it be alternatively meet, or creatively meet in a different manner? Because better almost implies that you have to do this and more. So I'm just in terms of that language, looking for more flexibility without degrading what it is that you're after.
No, I mean, if I can just say this, I think, and this is just, I think the term better meet is really sort of colloquialism. I don't think better adds more to meet in this way. You could say best meet. You could get rid of the better or the best and just say meet. I mean, I think it's really sort of a stylistic flourish that I agree in this instance could lead people to think something that they don't need to think. Because you got to meet the guidelines, period, right? You got to come up with those points. So, I understand your focus, but I think I hear better meet as a colloquialism, as stylistic, and not as having a greater definitive authority.
Anybody else? Commissioner Panero, you had your hand up before.
Yeah, well, I kind of listened to what Commissioner Presley was saying, and I kind of agree with it, but then I also agree with Commissioner Branson. I think it's just a question of wording, and better to me, it's okay. I heard that what the staff read, and I was very happy with the way that it's being phrased. I think it comes through as the fact that these design guidelines are not a straitjacket. This is, there are alternatives and there's flexibility. So I'm very happy with how it reads right now. So I would just leave it as it is.
Okay,
that's my opinion.
Commissioner Presley?
So if the word better is not really consequential, then it won't matter if we remove it.
You okay with that? Staff okay with that? Yeah.
Yes.
It makes sense to everybody here.
Yeah.
So
And
remove the word.
do we have any of the folks who wrote this as Ms. Silber or her associate on the line? I'm curious, after Elsa's reading of it, what might specifically still be nerve-wracking to the development community about it written that way. I mean, I read the letter and I did understand the gist. And you know, having been down this path 8 years ago, you know, I understand that's one of the most terrifying things for developers is uncertainty. And where I think we're saying we're making you certain you will meet these 10 points. That's good, but in cases we can't foresee, I'm sure they want to know that alternatives will be acceptable. And that was my, that's just my thrust of it. So we don't have anyone speaking today, do we?
No, she's not on the line.
Okay. Sorry, don't mean to belabor it. Let's proceed. I'm sure I'll come back to it.
All right.
If I may just state my position, I support staff's language. One of the signals to me here is the introductory clause, "it is understood." It's kind of, you know, like saying, I would say, well, don't would say it, say it. And I think staff said it. I think it's understood. So introducing it by "it is understood" and adding more words doesn't move the ball forward to me.
You have violent agreement. So if we can proceed.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So now we already talked about the generally, and that's fine, we can remove the word generally, and then we'll move to the comments on the adaptive reuse section. So there are two comments on this section. So one comment, and I guess I'll talk about them in the opposite order that they're on this slide, because one comment is more overall about the overall section. So as the board may recall, last time we were here, we mentioned that staff had reviewed the section and decided that the way we ordered things was unclear, and we wanted to reorder it as to not and to encourage any misinterpretation. And unfortunately, and we apologize, that it was misinterpreted by the Art Deco Society to imply that we were saying there are other historically significant buildings outside of the locational atlas that we're recommending things for, while we're not making recommendations for any buildings outside of that particular district. The reasons are numerous, but in summary, mostly because even individual buildings on the atlas that are not within that particular district, they're very individual. They each have different characteristics. Of course, redevelopment of any building on the atlas triggers an entirely new review process. And so we did not want to we don't need to have sort of guidelines for these individual sites. Those will be treated on a site-by-site basis should they come before the board for redevelopment, and then there's a much longer process attached to that. For these particular district sites, because we know some of those are opportunity sites in the sector plan, we wanted to offer some guidelines on what would be the most likely treatment, and that goes to the second comment. It is, if a building is already on the locational atlas, yes, that means that there has been some investigation into the building, so it has already been deemed to have some level of historic significance, not the same level as sites on the master plan. They have not made it there yet, but it is not, we don't just, place buildings on the locational atlas kind of willy-nilly. So if you're already on there, you have some significance attached to your site. And so that table 7 is outlining what we expect to be the most likely treatment. But since it is not necessarily a guarantee that treatment would be applied upon redevelopment, because they would trigger a whole process, we said, okay, we would recommend that we add those 2 words, most likely, because that, again, similar to the flexibility we've been talking about, provides obviously the flexibility for there to be other outcomes for those particular properties. And I think that should sort of clarify and make clear the intent there. Also, we just want to reiterate that this is language. We did not put this language in the sector plan. This is in the design guidelines on purpose. It's a strong suggestion about what we think might likely happen. It's giving these property owners a heads up. It's not prescriptive, as we just talked about. So I think that's our recommendation, to add those 2 words.
Yeah, I think most likely we could reach consensus on that. Never mind. No humor at all in the room. Everybody okay? Yes, I don't see any hands, so we like most likely.
Okay. And so the final comment that we received is also about flexibility, but this time it's talking about Eastern Avenue. So for a little bit of background, just to touch on the sector plan for a second, before, the sector plan actually removes an entire overlay zone that existed in downtown Silver Spring prior to this sector plan. So there are two overlay zones, and one of them is still there and one of them is not. So the one that was removed in the sector plan is called the Ripley South Silver Spring Overlay Zone, and it included much of the area of South Silver Spring, including the Eastern Avenue border for much of that border. That overlay zone had very prescriptive height requirements along Eastern Avenue with different, that were kind of, for this property, it's this, for this property with this height, it's this. They were, required very deep setbacks that were sort of difficult to achieve. And so in the sector plan, we said, we recommend the removal of that overlay zone, and we will deal with Eastern Avenue heights and step down towards Eastern Avenue in the design guidelines. So in the guidelines, we're proposing, we have a step back requirement, recommendation rather, because it's a guideline right on Eastern Avenue that basically matches up with kind of the way we approach the building components in the building form section. And it gets at that same idea that we shouldn't have very tall buildings right up along Eastern facing the single family houses in the district. So we have recommended step backs, but again, speaking back to that same part of the guidelines we just discussed, in section 1.2.2, if a site is particularly constrained and they cannot do that, we have room for flexibility. And I think that that same flexibility clause covers this as well. It's also talking about step backs. We don't think we need to provide additional language about that particular condition on Eastern. So that's the background for that.
So you're going to do this by reference to the section or just repeat the section in this?
I think I'm not even sure we have to reference it because the other section is up front. And the other, part of, it's the same question, what if we can't do a step back? What if the site is too small? Those were the kinds of questions similar to the questions raised by Ms. Silber, and I think my answer is still the same.
It takes you back there.
So that's our approach to that comment.
Okay. Everybody okay? I see no comments on that.
So that's the last comment we received on the design guidelines. So if the board has any further comments or questions, we're happy to answer.
I thank you for redoing the procedures, rules as well, so that they have procedures to conduct their meetings. Anybody else? No. I will enter, you want separate motions on the guidelines for, yes?
Yes.
I'll entertain a motion to approve the design guidelines as amended.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the design guidelines and design advisory panel rules of procedure. We have to do we only have to do, okay. I move that we approve the design guidelines as amended.
Do I hear
And I would second that with the note on file that we're always looking for the best of design. So the reason I harped on flexibility is someone could present us with some hugely impressive thing that doesn't meet the 10, it meets some other. And I just want future boards to keep that in mind because we've got some pretty creative people out there. So with that, I'll second it.
Right, and we have on record that the fact that the Guggenheim Museum could be approved in Silver Spring from the last meeting.
That's good.
Seeing no other comments, do I have it? Did I get it? Yeah, I did get a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Everybody says aye, so there's no need for the others. And now I'll entertain a motion to approve the rules of procedure for the design advisory panel.
I move that we approve the Silver Spring Downtown Advisory Panel Rules of Procedures. I don't think we amended them in this session, so it's as submitted.
No.
Second.
Okay, seeing no discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you for bearing with
Thank you.
a board that gets to worry about individual words every now and then.
Okay. Thank you very much.
We're on. Good afternoon, almost. It's the February 9th, 2023 session of the Planning Board. We are on item 8. This is a briefing. County Executive recommended biannual FY23 to 28 CIP and FY24 capital budget for the Department of Parks. It is a public hearing, although we have no one signed up to testify. We'll hear from Mr. Frank from the Parks Department.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you. For the record, my name is Andy Frank. I am the Division Chief for the Park Development Division in Montgomery Parks. And I'm here this morning to present to you the Department's response to the County Executive's recommended biannual 23 to 28 CIP and request approval to transmit a response to the County Executive and County Council. So just for background, we have a 2-year CIP, but it does come up every single year. So the official FY 23 to 28 CIP was approved back in May 2022 adopted by the County Council. The 6-year total was about $275 million. The only amendment we've had so far is the supplemental appropriation that added the Bethesda lots 10 and 24 PDF, which was funded out of Bethesda PIP and state aid. As every year occurs, right after January 15th, this year it happened to be on the 17th, the county executive will issue their recommended CIP and capital budget. And in this case, the county executive did not change any of our existing PDFs, but did add what's known as an affordability PDF for MNC PPC, which is where they put in negative numbers in certain years in certain funding types that we need to meet. And in this year, the affordability PDF included a reduction of $500,000 in GO bonds for FY 26, 27, and 28. And of course, each year the park staff looks at these responses or looks at the recommendation, and we have to identify non-recommended reductions. Obviously, we prefer to go with what the county council approved. But in this case, we did look at our different GO bond funded programs, and it looked like the least damaging one would be the reduction, taking the reduction in level of effort, legacy open space which would cover the $500,000 in each of the years. And this is not cutting the funding. The legacy open space program has a historic and overall goal of spending $100 million on acquiring legacy open spaces, and that's still the goal. So that is not a cut in the funding overall out of the program. It's a delay into the beyond 6 years to make the math work, essentially. And, oops, getting fast. Yeah. It's not without impacts, obviously. Like I said, we would prefer to have no changes to our CIP in a negative form, only positive forms. And obviously, it's legacy open space is an acquisition program, so it does initially put a funding constraint on for certain types of land acquisition, and there is a chance that it could affect our ability to execute an acquisition transition if the opportunity arises during those time periods. And as is normal, if a larger acquisition opportunity came up it had a lot of public support, political support, it would be not unusual for us to go for a supplemental appropriation of that particular time. While we feel this is the least of the damaging options, we do feel strongly, we feel strong support within the Parks Department for the Legacy Open Space program, and we believe that its goal is to preserve the best remaining open spaces within the county, and it's been great so far. We've saved and created almost 4,000 acres of parkland over its history, and we do expect that legacy to continue. So our recommendation is, and request is to ask the board to approve a non-recommended delay of $1.5 million in GEO bonds that would go into the beyond 6 years out of the legacy open space PDF. And the next steps, if the board approves this request, staff will work with the chair's office to prepare a formal transmittal that'll go from the planning board chair to the county executive and the county council. As you likely know, the council is actively holding public hearings to hear public input on the county executive's recommended CIP. They will be having ongoing deliberations over the spring. There's always a chance that the county council will just restore that money. That is always a possibility. That's why it's a non-recommended reduction. And the ultimate council adoption is always towards the end of May, and that's when we would expect that final decision to be made. And I'd like to take the opportunity to mention that the Parks Department is also working with the state delegation to identify and request other funding through the state General Assembly through different programs they have, the Legislative Bond Initiative Program, as well as the local Parks and Playgrounds Infrastructure Program. And of course, we'll hear at the end of the General Assembly what our actual POS funding for FY24 will be. And we hope to be able to package that information up when we have it into the ultimate adoption of the amended FY23-28 CIP by the council. And that is what I have, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Commissioner Hill.
I do have a question, which is, it seems to me budgeting choices are always about sort of priority and the lesser evil.
Absolutely.
And we've been presented with just one choice here, and I understand that's staff's best recommendation, but I would like to get sort of the reassurance of the feeling of what were other possibilities.
What's your second worst choice?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I thought I'd just talk to you about some of the other programs that are funded through GEO bonds, our ADA program, our Ballfield Initiatives program, our minor new construction program, our sports court program, our pavement and path rehabilitation program, our hard surface trails program, our Vision Zero program, and of course, our implementation of the Wheaton Master Plan is there. And while, while the Legacy Open Space is obviously an important program, it's much more speculative about what, properties would be available to acquire in those out years. Whereas the rest of these programs are essentially infrastructure-based, where we have known issues with infrastructure that we know without continued reinvestment in infrastructure, the problems only get bigger. And we've seen that time and time again when we're not able to get to a program, to getting to rehab an area. The deterioration just makes the costs even more expensive. And we do believe that these programs do provide very tangible results for the community. And also, we do know that there's always the possibility that the council will restore this funding in the legacy open space. But remembering that this is FY 26, 27, and 28. We are actually in a fairly fortunate period. They are not asking us for reductions in FY 24, which would be the worst, or FY 25. And I just to let you guys know, we will be back before you later this summer and into the fall as we talk about the FY 25 to 30 CIP. So the full CIP, FY 25 to 30, will have a full ability, you will have a full ability to restore that funding, and we're talking to the county council about it. So yes, we did present, discuss a couple different options with leadership, and as a whole, we all felt like this was, again, clearly the least of negative impacts, and this is where we would have to we thought it would be best to put the non-recommended reduction.
Okay, and just to crystallize that for my hanging my hat on it, two statements, and I think they're both true. One is that the other programs are really about safety, commitments already made, and infrastructure that is in the pipeline. That's true.
Absolutely.
And the second is, in a sense, acquisition of more open space is about taking a funding shortfall and postponing the additional burden that open space would bring to us, and it's not a commitment that's already been made.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Commissioner Pinero.
Okay. Well, just a question. I mean, I understand that the council and the executive always ask for budget reductions, and I guess the legacy open, the person who was presenting was saying that it was more of a speculative because it really addresses FY26 through 28, and it's something that as opportunities arise. My question is, is it that speculative that you really don't have any plans to acquire any parks? I'm thinking that if you present a more specific to the council and telling them, okay, if you reduce the funds, this particular park, we're not going to be able to acquire this particular park that we were planning to acquire. To what extent that may have a little bit more weight, rather than just saying, well, we have this program and if you guys want to reduce 1.5 million, this is more of a speculative thing. I'm just thinking, to what extent have you done any planning to think, in FY26, you're already envisioning acquiring specific park? That's my question.
Sure.
Commissioner Presney would like to say something right away.
That's okay. That's okay. You can just call me Cherie if it helps. I don't know. Here's what I was going to say about that. I respect what Commissioner Pinero is saying. I also like to point out that today we approved, what was this? The Runnymede, am I saying it right? Which exactly is one of those unforeseen opportunities. There was a horse stable. I think it's 32, 35 acres, something like that. That has become available only because apparently other types of development plans just aren't working out. And so now the county the Parks Department has an opportunity to actually purchase that. That is like one of those unforeseen, fall in your lap chances. As you know, in my other life, I should point out that if such an opportunity arose after this kind of reduction is proposed, probably what would happen is that the agency would get a supplemental, so that the opportunity would not evaporate. I mean, God ain't making no more land. What we got is what we got. So I share your concerns, but I just do want to point out that there is a very well-trod path to address that kind of, we can't let this chance pass us by.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. I appreciate your comment. I also agree with you. I mean, there's things that are going to come up, and on the spur of the moment, we have to act to acquire that park. But, I mean, it doesn't obviate the fact that we need to have not only a short-term strategy, a speculative strategy, but more of a medium and a long-term strategy. We got to keep an eye on future acquisitions in terms of, okay, if this is a possibility in let's say in FY26 or FY27, we're looking at that option because things are going to come up, yes, and we need to get a supplemental or we need to get whatever recourse we have. But we also, I mean, I don't think it's a good idea to let people think, well, we really don't have, we're not planning. I mean, we're a planning agency. We need to be planning for parks in the midterm. You know, I think both long range and middle range, particularly for aquatic parks. So that's my thing is, you know, to what extent we can say we have the following, uh, let's say, you know, pieces of land. We're thinking about in the future acquiring so and so. And if we get this budget reduction, we're not going to be able to do that. That's it.
Okay.
That was my only
So we obviously share your thought that, and there is a robust planning, program that goes on in identifying potential parkland acquisitions that are done through sector plans, through master plans, and through internal programmatic planning. So this is going on. It is, and we obviously, in our transmittal and in discussions with the county council, we will reiterate the fact this is not a pie in the sky, unthought of legacy open space program. It's been well thought out. There are parameters to what can be acquired. And we do maintain our eye on both general long-term targets and real estate opportunities that come up. Now, we certainly, in some cases, would not want to foreshadow exact real estate targets because obviously that
I
would have a
agree. I
negative
agree.
economic and
Of course,
appraisal
we
value
don't want to
to it.
reveal our
But it
cards.
is going
Yeah.
on. It does exist. And as
Good.
Commissioner Branson mentioned, the Ednor Soapstone Quarry was a great opportunity acquisition. And just so you know, that sort of thing fit well within our existing funding. So that was a great thing. The programs and acquisitions are funded by a variety of sources. Geo bonds are only one source to it. We expect, we come before you at least once a year, because we're doing this now, but we come before you multiple times a year. And certainly every time we're coming before you, the near-term acquisition targets are much better known. And of course, there's processes where we present those to you. The long-term processes are more internal planning and what they're looking for. But there can be so many variables in how an opportunity comes up. And we'll be back here so often, we will have plenty of time to discuss opportunities that come up and that would require additional funding. And there have been certain ones where it has exceeded our funds, but there was very collective and obvious reasons why we would pursue, and we have done it, and we've had the support of the board going forward and been able to obtain the support of the council, and they have, those actions have preserved some wonderful properties. We don't expect that to change.
Okay, with that, I'll entertain a motion to approve the staff non-recommended recommendation. That's what it is.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Everybody's eyeing.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Good morning. It's still February 9th, 2023. We're on item 6, Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan Update, work session number 3. I know it's staff's hope that we approve a draft as the public hearing draft. I have to get the phrase right these days. Planning board draft. I knew I'd be corrected. Thank you. And send it up to council for their public hearing and their deliberations. We have staff memos and we have comments on staff memos, and I'm sure staff will take us through this all. So I'll turn it over to you guys. Yep, you guys is a generic phrase from New Jersey. No offense.
I thought it was used guys. Used guys.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Sure. For the record, Roberto Duke with the Up County Division. I'm here with my co-lead, Jamie Pratt, and Supervisor Don Ziegler, and from Historic Preservation, Casey Roan, and we're here for work session number 3 of the Rustic Roads Functional Master Plan Update. As a summary, we just wanted to provide a brief summary. We held our first work session about 4 weeks ago, or 5 weeks ago, January 5th, 2023, and we covered a number of issues there. And we had our second work session 2 weeks ago, January 26th, where we continued some items from work session number 1. And we talked about plan content and the organization and the rustic road maintenance concerns. And today is the third work session. At this work session, we will have a continuation of work sessions, items from work session number 1 and 2, specifically Awkward Lane, some bridge issues, dedicated but unmaintained roads, road widths, drainage, and design exceptions. And then we will finalize it by talking about the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee membership and duties. So a continuation of items from work sessions 1 and 2. With all rustic roads, we have a criteria checklist to determine whether the road should be included in the program. One of the primary things, or predominant, it shows as number 1, area where natural, agricultural, historic features are predominant. So we wanted to test this against Awkward Lane. And in terms of it meeting the criteria or not, and for staff, we don't think that Awkward Lane meets this particular criteria. But it does meet the other criteria in terms of the narrowness of the road, a low volume road. In terms of number 4, which has a number of different criteria, sub-criteria, I would say, it does follow the historic alignment. And of course, it suggests that it's not unsafe or have an unsafe configuration. So in terms of comments we received at the last work session, we did receive comments just before from a resident, Ms. Maudlin, requesting that it be included in the program. She contends that it's an area of natural, agricultural, and historic features are predominant. And she included some photographs, and we have some of these photographs here. We would like to note that these photographs are beyond the public portion of the road. So this is a private road at this point where these photographs are taken. So the recommendation for our plan recommendation is to not designate the road as rustic. And one of the main purposes is that in terms of the part that does appear rustic, it's not a public road. And so we would like to get planning board opinion on this and a decision.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, my opinion is I agree with staff's position. I appreciate that we could sort of numerically count up the yeses and nos on that one page, but it seems to me common sense to say that rustic roads should be rustic. And for the very reason you stated, that the part of it that we can actually designate it really isn't rustic, I would support your conclusion on that.
The other, if you could go back to your slide on the law, on chapter 49. It's interesting, I did see in the comments from the Rustic Roads Commission that they are arguing that you can have some of these attributes but don't need all of these attributes. And I read number 4 that has in or at the end of subsection B. And I would say they are correct for those attributes in 4. Now, it's interesting to me that I happened to copy, I don't know why, I had the time, this section of code. And unlike your section, at the end of C in the code is an and. So that implies that all of those, you have to have attributes 1, 2, 3, and 4. 4 you can meet in the or category, but you have to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rather. So I agree with staff and just wanted to explain that.
You know, can I just say this? If you look at number 1, there's that little or again. In an area where natural, agricultural, or historic figures are predominant. So to me, that says that, you know, that or does not require that you have the two things, the two characteristics that preceded it. Just like we understand that in 4C, that or, in 4, between B and C, the or should actually be an and in the code. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Okay.
I'm saying, look, the or in 1 is you have to do 1, 2, or 3 there, all right? And the staff is saying it does not meet that criteria.
But no, the staff is saying it does have the historic, because then the staff says on 4C that it follows historic alignments.
It's whether it's predominant to meet the first criteria. Located in an area where natural resource and historic features are predominant. It's only in 4 subsection C that has historic resources following historic alignments. It does meet historic alignments. It doesn't meet 1 according to staff.
Which is the predominant.
Right.
Okay, so I noted in the staff's write-up that they did acknowledge that Orchard Lane has, that there may be some other designation that would be suitable. So what would that be? And who does that?
Well, on our previous presentation, we did say that Ockard would not be designated in terms of road classification. So it wouldn't be designated in that manner. I think we were discussing that it could have some type of placard or something of some sort to note the history of the community and surrounding the area.
So who would do that?
I can speak to that. Casey Rowan, Historic Preservation, for the record. So our office, the Montgomery Planning, does maintain a small historic marker program. And we have in the past with previous master plans, like we did with Silver Spring, make a recommendation in the plan for places where we feel markers would be appropriate in the future. So we could say within this plan, make a recommendation that this would be an appropriate site that we would recommend for a marker. And then as the plan was implemented moving forward, we could consider through our marker program whether we could do that marker, or we're always happy to work with groups like the Preservation Association here to see what we can do to connect them with private sources of funding or potential grant funding for placing a marker.
Well, I think that's a compromise I could live with if we make the recommendation in the plan that, that Orchard Lane has a historic marker.
I see Commissioner Pinero would like to speak.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I heard the staff presenter asking for guidance from the board had to do with the photographs that he showed at the end. And he said that those photographs were, yes, they were rustic, but it applied more to the private part of the road. And I thought that what he was asking for guidance from us was whether a private road could be designated as rustic. And I'm of the opinion that no, because a private road can be changed by a private party.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that answers this question or whether we need to take a position on the board regarding private, a road that is partly public and partly private.
The question is whether we should designate the public section of a section of the road, not the private. Correct?
Yes, a private
and I
road
agree
can't
that
be,
we should not.
a private road can't be part of the program.
Commissioner Presley?
Yes, I was just going to say it's very clear to me, even based on what the chair reiterated, that you must have one element of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so I'm in agreement with the staff. This part is not rustic road. What I'm not sure is whether or not it's part of this plan to put the plaque. I agree with that. That would be a good thing to do. But is this the appropriate place to mention the addition of a plaque noting the historical significance, or is there a separate venue for that?
No, this would be the time and place to do that.
Okay.
It's part of an existing program.
Yeah, I would agree with that part, but I think otherwise it's clear based on the criteria that we can't designate this as a rustic road.
I'm wondering, in the plaque idea, it seems to me the Holly Grove neighborhood is really what is historic and needs recognition, and that burying a plaque for that in the neighborhood at the junction with Awkward Lane is possibly not the best location to recognize Holly Grove.
I'm sorry, could you restate your question?
I'm wondering, the position was put forward as putting a plaque about history at Awkward Lane, but it seems to me what really is historic here is the Holly Grove neighborhood, and I'm wondering if that's the best location for a plaque about Holly Grove, if that's what we think is most historic.
I think that typically in the plan, we wouldn't specify a site, particularly in this area. It would likely go on private property, so we would need to find a private property owner who was cooperative. So we wouldn't get down to that level of detail. We would say this area is appropriate for historic marker, and certainly it should capture the history of both roads is equally shared in the history of the Holly Grove community. So any marker would recognize both roads as part of that community.
Is it, just to be clear, is a part of Holly Grove a rustic road? I thought it was. I don't.
At our last work session, or 2 work sessions ago, we determined that, or you all determined that Holly Grove should be included as a rustic road.
Okay. So we'd basically be having all our bases covered if Holly Grove is rustic and there's a plaque that includes a discussion of this historic Black community. Is that, I mean, that's a compromise I could live with.
I think that's fair. And to be clear, the plan would include language recommending that a marker be placed here in the future.
That's fine. Thank you.
Everybody okay with that? And not designating the road?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Next one.
With the bridges, existing language in the bridge section of the introduction chapter, we're replacing the sentence in red on the screen. We're removing that and replacing it with language on that was shown in our staff report, and I'll discuss on the following slides. Specifically, with the introduction chapter in the new text after the first paragraph, so the existing first paragraph, and that's shown on page 4 of your staff report. It identifies the bridges that are eligible for listing on the National Register. And we wanted to make a note in our staff report. We said 4, but it should be actually 5. That includes Montevideo Road, which is the bridge that you can see on the photograph here. And that the road profiles, the updated road profiles include details, should include details about the rehabilitation project and National Register eligibility. And then following that, second insertion in that same section, after the current second paragraph, and the actual text is shown also on page 4 of your staff report, that explains how maintenance improvements are handled through the existing executive regulations and how they're addressed on rustic and exceptional rustic roads.
There was a comment on deleting the sentence, special bridge design for features identified in the master plan should be preserved, should be deleted.
I'll get to that in.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. In a few slides.
I'm sorry. I would, anybody have any comments on the staff recommendation?
I don't have any comments on the staff recommendation, but I'd like to focus on the staff paragraph for a minute. The last sentence, right, starts a new bridge, and then it has an intervening clause, but the end of it says the bridge deck must be compatible in width with the width of the road. And then elsewhere in the plan, we seem to be saying that the bridges should be replaced resembling what they are historically. Those two strike me as in conflict. Doesn't this say that new bridges should be as wide as the road?
I think it does.
Compatible with the width. It's talking about compatibility of the width of the bridge deck with the width of the road.
Right, but for a new bridge, right, the bridge deck must be compatible in width with the width of the road.
What if the existing bridge had a narrower deck to begin with?
Yeah, one-lane bridge on a two-lane road, we have those, right? And I think this is saying if that bridge is replaced, it should be replaced with a two-lane bridge. I'm not sure that's in agreement with other references and other intentions in the plan.
Right. With the I think with certain roads, that the road pinches down, I'm at the point where it meets the bridge itself. So it could be taken that that is consistent in terms of the dimensions matching the width.
If you added the words, the width of the road at the entrance to the bridge, I think that might cover it.
I think the approach of the bridge is what's...
The approach, we could.
I'm from New Jersey, I enter a bridge.
We could add that.
Yeah, I'm worried that statement taken, in isolation, and it's written that way, is a mandate that says the bridge has to be as wide as the road, and I think we do need to qualify that.
Yeah, when you have a narrow bridge. Is that okay?
Yes.
Everybody okay? I see no hands. We're all okay with that addition?
I think I'm okay with the addition, with the understanding that we're only talking about rustic roads. We're not talking about all narrow bridges, and like there's one in Gaithersburg. There's a number of very narrow bridges that don't have to take the width of the entering the bridge. They're just historic.
Right.
But for rustic road, generally, we've already said that they're very narrow roads, and they're probably going to stay that way.
Right.
So I'm okay with it.
Okay, thank you. Continuing on.
And planning board staff asked us to provide legislative clarity in Chapter 49 of how to treat bridges on rustic roads regardless of whether they have been designated as significant features or not. And Planning staff, in our implementation chapter, we're recommending amending that just to say, clarify how bridge on rustic roads should be preserved. And instead of when maintenance is we've struck that out and say when improvements are necessary, regardless of whether the bridge has been identified as a significant feature.
Seeing no objections.
Hi, this is Jamie Pratt for the record, and I'm going to take us through a couple of slides here where we're trying to finish the previous thought about adding clarity to Chapter 49 about how we intend for these bridges to be improved when necessary. So I was looking at the executive regulations, which already describe how it's to be done. And I think there's a lot of good language in there. It's a little bit confusing, the differences between how bridges on rustic roads are to be treated versus exceptional rustic roads. But they both start out with this common notion that the design and material preserves or enhances the rustic appearance of the road, and the scale and materials are similar to those of the previously existing structure. But then for rustic roads, you'll notice that you can have a different design for environmental, economic, or safety reasons, but again, with design materials that complement or enhance the rustic appearance, whereas for exceptional rustic roads, they left out economic reasons for some reason. And then we have this notion on regular rustic roads that you can correct a substandard approach road geometry as long as it's in character with the existing unmodified portions of the roadway, whereas that is not something that they currently specify for exceptional rustic roads. There's also in regular rustic roads this idea that it needs to be adequate weight-bearing capacity and horizontal clearances to accommodate emergency vehicles and agricultural equipment, whereas this is not specified for exceptional rustic roads. And finally, we have the bridge deck must be compatible to the widths of the unaltered roadway versus the exceptional rustic roads where the deck, and this gets to the language we were just talking about, where it says a newer rehabilitated deck should be no wider than the existing approaches.
Right.
But then it only specifies it can be widened for agricultural equipment. So I was trying to take all of these ideas that are already in the regulations to say, well, what should the code say so that the regulations say what the code should say? So I was kind of driving the horse from the cart or something here with trying to come up with what Chapter 49 should tell the regulations to say based on what the regulations already say. So we are adding a lot of bridges as significant features. If you look at the existing bridges that are significant features, they all have some sort of design element about them that makes them, when they have done the original plan, these are truly exceptional bridges that need to be preserved. And now in this plan, we're adding 28 new bridges, most of which are more ordinary design. And we all agreed at the first work session that they should be significant features because of the contribution to the character of the road. But then do they need to be improved at the same level as the existing bridges with the existing interesting design features? So we came up with this language based largely on the words already used in the regulations, just to try to kind of get at what it's trying to do without being unnecessarily burdensome for improvements on the bridges that are less interesting, if you will. So the language here, where there was a replacement or rehabilitation of a bridge identified as a significant feature, must be of a design and materials that preserve or enhance the rustic appearance of the road. Special bridge design features identified in the road profiles in the master plan should be preserved. This in the road profiles, by the way, was added here in this presentation, so those words are not in the staff report, but we were trying to be a little clearer about where one should look. And then we have, if a different design is required for safety reasons or to accommodate the movement of agriculture-related equipment, a new bridge must be of a design materials that complement or enhance the rustic appearance of the road. So we thought that this language was broad enough to cover all the bridges, and then the specifics of how you treat one that's on an exceptional rustic road is best handled in the regulations as they currently are. Because we were starting to get into this difficult text, wording of text that would cover every single bridge situations, and it just became very difficult. So we decided to leave it more broad like this.
Commissioner?
Yeah, it's kind of like straining sand. Let me just, here's what I would suggest. I have no problem with the language you have suggested here, with one minor exception, and that is the word special. I would suggest omitting the word special because it's going to get you in trouble later on. You already have you already have used language that sufficiently identifies what you mean by special. So if somebody comes along in 5 years and says, oh, well, is this special? Yeah, no, don't even have to worry about that, because what you mean by special is bridge design features identified in the road profiles. So I would just get rid of that special, because it's going to be especially a mess later on.
Well, are there any design features identified in the master plan?
Yes, I mean, well, there are design features, like on the front cover of our presentation, we have that pipe rail bridge, so we do have that designated, saying the pipe rail bridge. The truss bridge on Montevideo, the one we just discussed.
So there are
other.
So you disagree with deleting that sentence?
No, it's not the sentence, it's
Well,
just the one word.
No, the commissioner, you recommended deleting that one word.
One word.
The Rustic Roads Committee recommended deleting the sentence. So that's what I'm
No, I just want
asking.
one word gone. I don't have a problem with the rest. I think the rest of the sentence provides really guidance for later on. The one word makes it muddy.
But this is the sentence that the advisory committee suggested that we remove. So that's in their testimony in response to our staff report. But we think that if we don't have this sentence, then bridges without special design features, that are important to preserve, then it's going to tie the hands of improvements on those bridges to even like make them better bridges, more compatible with the rustic road. So we have, there's one plan appendix that was not included, but it shows how the significant features are worded for all of the county-maintained bridges. And it'll say things like concrete and pipe rail bridge over the Little Monocacy River, or a one-lane steel bridge over Great Seneca Creek. And then within the road profiles themselves, we sometimes elaborate a little bit more about the bridges and what makes them unique.
Are you okay or not okay with deleting the word special?
I think that that's a wonderful suggestion.
Wonderful, isn't it?
Good day.
But I don't think we should remove the sentence, because that's what sets the ordinary bridges and the less ordinary bridges apart.
Okay, I think you got consent to move the sentence, but speak the word. I don't see any commissioners asking questions.
Dedicated funding for rustic road maintenances. Provide a dedicated funding source for the maintenance of rustic roads. And this was suggested by both the RIC and the agricultural community. We were suggesting not to make any changes to the plan. And we feel that, this is part of the operating budget, and specific, and we should say the scope of this particular master plan, because when we're looking at this particular master plan, we're looking at the historic character of the road and how the significant features should be preserved, and so an existing road and how these features should be maintained. And it's up to MCDOT to determine, county executive and the council to determine those types of things.
My only question with this is the, what is it called, DBU? What was it? Am I getting the? Right.
Dedicated but unmaintained?
Right, so how does this language mesh with the dedicated but unmaintained roads that we have?
Well, I think we realized after we made this presentation that maybe we should have used the word dedicated, a different word, just because it does confuse the issues. This has nothing to do with the DBU program.
Okay.
It's just the dedicated funding specific to the maintenance of vegetation along rustic roads. It just happens to be the same adjective, and unfortunately, it confused the issue. There is another slide coming up about the DBU program, but
Yeah, I think if you take out, well, no, the use of the word dedicated is not what confused me. I mean, what confused me is that we've had several conversations about, especially our public hearing, was really about people, I think, specifically on, I think it's Halsey Road or Halsey Road, I don't know how you pronounce it. And they had a lot of concerns about how the rustic road designation jibed with, or lack thereof, jibed with the maintenance of the road. And you know, as we discussed before, there's a lot of misunderstanding about that. And so my concern is, A, will this language make that misunderstanding more so? And B, how does this language mesh with the fact that we know we have dedicated but unmaintained roads? You can take the word dedicated out of this, out of this suggested language. That doesn't play any role at all in what I'm asking. If that's clear, probably not.
All we're trying to say is that, you know, it's already been established in the code that these roads are to receive regular maintenance. If they're not, the DBU list is something completely different. But we're just saying that this master plan shouldn't dictate to the county how to arrange their budget to maintain rustic roads versus other roads in the county. We think that needs to be discussed at budget time. There's a pot of money that comes in, and some of it gets spent here and some of it gets spent there, and we didn't want to get really specific about how the operating budget of the county works.
It strikes me that, you know, we just went through approving a master plan for a public hearing in which we had a ton of recommendations to fund both CIP and operating expenses by DOT. And yet here, where we are advocates for this program, we say, let's not have any recommendation. That seems, or it's out of scope to the master plan. Seems differential treatment to me. Who would like it?
I'll start. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record. I think the important thing to keep in mind is that the pedestrian master plan, which is what you're referring to, and the rustic roads functional master plan, these are two very different types of plans in terms of their scope and sort of what they are intended to impact. The pedestrian master plan is, as you all, the draft pedestrian master plan, which will be going, which is now out for public hearing, is really a whole series of strategies in order to improve the pedestrian experience in the county. It does not go to the level of detail even that the Rustic Roads master plan goes into. But really, to me, from my perspective, and I, ask Patrick Butler to also chime in as well as the team for this project, Rustic Roads really is about preserving the history and the conditions that sort of speak to the history, the natural features of the rustic roads. And it is less of a sort of broad strategy plan, which I feel the pedestrian master plan is really geared more towards. So that's how I see the distinction and why it makes sense to reference, putting out ideas for potential funding to support different strategies to improve the pedestrian experience for the pedestrian master plan. But for this, to me, the Rustic Roads master plan has a very different type of focus.
I would just add one thing, Patrick Butler, that for the plan, the pedestrian plan, the CIP operating budget, those are going to be critical to ultimately implementing that plan's vision, whereas the Rustic Roads program, that is, one very, that's one piece of the overall vision. It's not the critical piece to implementing that vision. So we didn't feel that there was something specifically that needed to be included in the plan. That's why there was a distinction between the two.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, I have a recollection that we made a big point with Department of Transportation to say that rustic roads should get no more or less maintenance than other roads. And it strikes me that setting up an alternative funding source is not in agreement with that. And it gives DOT the opportunity to kind of, park the issues with this other stream of funding, and I don't think that's a good mechanism.
I would have suggested that rustic roads get more maintenance, not the same or less, but.
I'm sorry, but I just don't see the distinction of the, there are overarching principles, there have to be. And so either in these plans, we take it upon ourselves to make recommendations that involve how money is spent, or we don't. It can't be one rule for one kind of plan and one rule for another kind of plan. There have to be overarching principles, because those are the kind of those are the kind of things that allow people to truly understand how government works and what it impacts. I understand that for many, I understand that it would be easy to see that the pedestrian plan was a series of strategies that required funding to implement. I get that part. I also understand that the rustic road plan is also a series of strategies that require funding. Trimming trees and fixing bridges and all that. Those are operational actions, strategies that require funding to implement. I don't see any difference. So we're either gonna mention money or we're not. And since we've been doing that, I suggest we do it here too.
May I make a suggestion? Because I think, and I think from our perspective, we did not feel the need to move forward with a recommendation that specifically says provide a quote-unquote dedicated funding source for maintaining rustic roads. But given your comments, Commissioner Branson, perhaps as a suggestion, we can take an approach that we do take for other master plans, which is to explore, consider appropriate funding levels for maintenance of rustic roads, something in that vein. So it still gives MCDOT the ability to look at what's being done now, and sort of leaves it up to them to determine whether or not they want to take a different direction. But it acknowledges that this is an issue that has come up. Is that something that
Understood.
is amenable?
We'll see from Commissioner Pinero first.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with what Director Stern is saying, just a general statement, because we have to recognize, first of all, we don't have any idea how much this is going to cost. We, to make specific Recommendation for funding, I mean, this is, it's very vague. And I think a general statement, yes, that they should be given priority and some kind of funding. But again, this is a strategy. This is a plan to designate historic areas as rustic roads. It's not an implementation plan. Implementation requires, yes, funding, cost, who's going to be paying for what, where, all that kind of, and this plan obviously doesn't have that. Now, a general statement, which Director Stern is saying, I would agree with that.
Okay.
That's my only comment.
I count 3.
Let's go to general statement.
I count 4. Okay.
Yeah,
We're good
I'm looking with the
with
compromise,
asking
yeah.
for more revenues, not necessarily a dedicated funding source, but a higher commitment to maintenance of these roads for everybody's benefit. Okay?
Yeah.
And now in terms of dedicated but unmaintained county
Now
road
we're-
policy, I'll tell you, we were looking through this and we got stumbled a few times going through the 2 slides. But in the introduction chapter, providing text on the dedicated but unmaintained policy, and that's on your staff reports on pages 8 and 9. And then also in the implementation chapter, providing the following statement: revise the dedicated but unmaintained county road policy to provide context-sensitive guidance on how an existing road in the DBU'd county roads list can be brought up to standards that MCDOT will accept. And so we'll have those 2 sections that we would add to the plan.
I think that's great and clarifying for.
In terms of road widths, there was concern that MCDOT in the future would misunderstand when we provide a range for road widths, that they would provide the maximum road width range when doing improvements along a road, a rustic road. And so in the road characteristics section of the road profile chapter, we wanted to provide some additional language saying that the width shown in the table is frequently expressed as a range because road widths vary throughout their lengths. Actual road widths should be documented along a road or road segment before any maintenance or improvements are undertaken, so that they would know exactly what the width is as they are doing the improvements along the road.
I don't have any problem with the description there. I think that's a good approach. And not that implementation is part of this, but it's a realistic consideration. Who's going to document this? And are we assured that they can get ahead of the maintenance schedule?
We do in the plan with the road characteristics have that range provided. So what we're saying is that as they're going out to make improvements along the road, they need to have a baseline to determine, this is the width of the road.
As I was looking at this, I realized that we didn't also suggest that we add a recommendation to the implementation chapter where there's a whole bunch of recommendations about maintenance, and this is not included. So I was going to suggest just now that we add one more plan recommendation that says MCDOT should document the road widths along these roads before they do any maintenance or improvement. Would that get at what you're asking?
Yes, that's I'm just wondering,
it was our idea.
Making a new task for our RAC,
Yes.
was someone in the county, and you're saying.
Yes, that's a good question.
Department of Transportation is going to do it.
Yeah, we tried to make sure in our recommendations that we always specified an actor.
Right. And that makes sense to me, because my concern was there was some statement about there's not always communication on what MDOT is going to do for maintenance. And if we miss that gap, and if the person doing it doesn't get ahead of them, then it doesn't get done, right? But if MDOT is responsible for it, they can do it.
Continuing on with that recommendation and implementation.
With drainage, there was concern that regarding drainage, that sometimes ditches sometimes occur along rustic roads, and the culverts need to be maintained properly to avoid road damage. And this was a comment made by the RRAC, and so staff has proposed adding text or a drainage section to elaborate regarding this on page 10 of your staff report. Additionally, in the implementation chapter, we're proposing a recommendation 13 that says drainage should be maintained consistent with executive regulations on drainage. Use best practices to manage drainage on roads without storm drains or ditches. So just to provide a little bit more clarity. And then after recommendation 13, to add another recommendation in that section saying culverts under rustic roads should be routinely inspected and cleared. Amend the executive regulations on drainage to include routine inspection and clearing of culverts.
And since we just added the section on getting a handle on road widths in our implementation, should we not have a similar recommendation to have an inventory of culverts?
And that was our next slide, is to talk about in terms of drainage. And this was from the RRAC to that MCDOT should provide an inventory of culverts along rustic roads so that the committee can help identify which ones are blocked. Our plan recommendation is not to include this inventory. That this is the responsibility of MCDOT to carry out those routine inspections and maintenance.
I mean, you can ask them to do it in your implementation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask DOT to create an inventory.
Well, the DOT probably has an inventory already,
right.
but the question is whether that inventory needs to be shared with the committee, so the committee can go out and inspect them and then tell DOT that there's a culvert that's blocked. And we're saying that we think the MCDOT can do that without running it by the committee.
It's just a piece of knowledge so everybody knows, so it's on record somewhere. It doesn't seem an unreasonable request to not mandate that the RAC go do inspections, but to have an inventory of them, so so anybody can go inspect.
Okay, that sounds fine. I just wasn't clear that that it was clear from our point of view that the inventory and who does something about it are two different matters. But it does remind me.
Everybody okay on that? Okay.
Yes.
So again, backing up one slide, where we have the new recommendation of culverts under rustic roads should be routinely inspected and cleared.
Yep.
I'm going to suggest that we also put MCDOT as the actor of that, those inspections.
Okay.
I have one quick wordsmithing thing. I'm going to channel the chair for a minute because there's a contrasting conjunction in here that doesn't contrast. So I'm looking now on page 11, the text there that starts some ditches and storm drains exist on rustic roads. And it's the next sentence. Right? The criteria for rustic roads do not exclude roads from the program if such features exist, but their presence should not be used as the sole reason to remove the road. It seems to me those are the same line approached from different directions, and there's no contrast there that requires but. I would put or.
Is that text in? I'm sorry. Is that text that's to go in the code or just in the staff report? I don't see where you are.
It's on page 10 in the middle.
It says staff proposes adding the following text to the introductory language.
So yeah, I see the point that I think that I could scratch the word "but" and put a semicolon.
Either way, it struck me that the conjunction there was inappropriate.
It's the first time I felt channeled.
I know that's one of your pet peeves.
Yeah, mostly it's with however.
Yeah.
And then there was, in regards to design exceptions, add a note that Federal Highways Administration allows design exceptions be reinserted into the recommendation regarding design exceptions. And this was from the RAC. And we were saying that we should not add that to the plan, that text. We feel that the plan doesn't need to specify which agency or level of government allows design exceptions for the funding of bridge projects.
Because it might be anyone.
I mean, it could change over time.
Okay.
So to say a specific agency may be an issue.
See no objections.
So now it's time to talk about the RRAC membership and duties. So we had a proposal to change the membership of the committee itself from 7 to 9 members, as well as to eliminate the 50% farm income requirement for the 3 farmer members on the committee. Members from and organizations that represent the farming community opposed the changes, both changes. So the rationale presented for changing the membership is that they're volunteers with a significant workload, and they would like to have more hands available to do some of their work. And then they also pointed out that if you do add certain members from certain groups, then it could also help the county's racial equity and social justice initiative, where they point out that I believe that there haven't been any non-white members of the committee since 1996 or 1983, I believe, when it first was created. So then there is a rationale for not changing the membership that was from the farming community, where they already feel like their voice is diminished on the committee, and if you remove the income requirement, then these commodity farmers that rely on these roads for their businesses will no longer have a meaningful voice on the committee, so they were opposed to the changes. The history of how we got here is that the advisory committee had submitted testimony during the Complete Streets Design Guide discussion before the county council, where they were proposing other changes to the chapter 49 of the code to implement the Complete Streets Design Guide, where there were specific changes needed to make sure that rustic roads were adequately addressed in the new bill.
Can you hang on a second? Commissioner Presley has a comment or concern that I didn't want to pass up.
The first question I had was, why has there not been a non-white member? Is that directly related to not having non-white farmers, or have we not reached out?
I don't know the history of how the members have been selected. They are appointed by the county executive and then confirmed by the council. I suspect that you're largely right about the commodity farmers. I don't know if there are any black farmers or other races either in the county that are making more than 50% of their income from farming. So that's already one.
I mean, some of that makes sense.
And then
based on history.
The other 4 members, which I'll show you how they're defined in a second, it may be difficult to find somebody that meets that criteria in general, and perhaps that's led to this, but I'll show you those criteria in a minute, and maybe you can see if you think that might be contributing to the problem.
I agree with the farmers who are saying that you shouldn't reduce the requirement. It's going to give a different perspective that can skew what's really needed for those who are making their living predominantly on commodity farming.
Okay, well, hold that thought, because we will get to those recommendations. Anyway, so what happened is they had suggested these membership changes along with the Complete Street Design Guide changes. You know, while you're in Chapter 49 making changes, we think that you should make these changes. And ultimately, the T&E committee of the council agreed with planning staff that this issue should be addressed with this active master plan, because it has nothing to do with Complete Street Design Guide. And they agreed. They said, yes, bring it up when you talk about the master plan. So that's why we got here. So the same comments were submitted again, as same recommendations were submitted once the public hearing draft of this plan had been published. And so a little background here is this is the current membership criteria in county code, where we have 3 farmer members who are owner-operators of commercial farmland earning 50% or more of their income from farming, one of whom is a representative of the Agricultural Advisory Committee. And then we have a member who knows rural preservation techniques through practical experience and training, same with roadway engineering. And then there are 2 civic association representatives, one from civic associations located in the Ag Reserve and one in the civic associations outside the Ag Reserve where there are rustic roads. And wrapped together with all of this membership question is, well, what are the duties of the committee that their workload seems substantial, and that might inform the decision of whether they need additional members. So we looked at where county code currently defines responsibilities for the committee. And primarily they're defined in Article 49, which is streets and roads, which you saw the language a second ago that defined the membership, and in a minute you'll see the duties in Chapter 49. And then Article 50, which is subdivision of land, has some additional responsibilities for the committee laid out. And then the executive regulations that implemented Article 49 have some duties that were not specifically mentioned in Article 49. So first, we look at in the code that establishes what the committee is, it says this is what they need to do. They promote public awareness and knowledge of the County Rustic Roads Program. They review and comment on classification of rustic roads and exceptional rustic roads. They review and comment on executive regulations and other policies and programs that affect rustic roads. And then every other year, they submit a report on the status of the program. So this is all it said in Chapter 49 that they should be doing. In Chapter 50, it mentions scenic vistas that are on rustic roads must be shown on a plan drawing, but it doesn't specify that there's any action necessary by the committee. Although for master plan conformance, the master plan does encourage the preservation of views and vistas when constructing new buildings. So it is part of the subdivision process, but who carries out the review of such items is not specified. And then the planning board must not require improvements in the subdivision process that would be contrary to rustic roads. And so this is a way of saying if there ever is a conflict between what Chapter 49 says and what Chapter 50 says, you need to do what Chapter 49 says. Although if you absolutely can't get around it, then you would seek the advice of the RRAC if some requirement, or if some improvement would be required that's contrary to the rustic roads law. So that's a time when the rustic road, it doesn't happen often, but it could happen that somebody needs to decide if this thing we're going to have to make them do for whatever reason, let's run it by the committee. But there's not an explicit requirement in Chapter 50 that says that subdivision plans are to be reviewed by the committee. However, we have traditionally sent the committee subdivision plans for their comments because we do appreciate and value their input because they know these roads better than anyone, but it's not explicit. And now we have the executive regulations, which specify that they'll review road improvement projects, that they'll review sign permits, and that they'll provide comments on road maintenance and improvement procedures. So the review road improvement projects only makes sense, but it's not specified in Chapter 49. The sign permits, again, it makes sense that they would review these, but it's not specified as one of their duties in the code, but it is in the regulations. And then we looked at other things that they regularly do, such as reviewing conditional use and site plans. These are covered under Chapter 59, which does not mention a review by the committee. But again, we've been sending these, we've been asking them to look at these plans probably from the beginning. And then there is the guidelines for foliage and tree maintenance, which is an agreement between the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee and MCDOT that we talked about at the last work session, where we agreed that that agreement should be brought up and put into the regulations to make it more official than the current thing. But that within those new guidelines, there were several actions that were now the responsibility of the advisory committee to carry out that are not specified anywhere in the code or the regulations. So that's kind of a nutshell of their duties. So then we talk about, we have proposed, it's in the, we'll show it on the next slide, what we think might help, because we think it will lead to a larger pool of candidates, that it would add to the diversity, or at least increases the possibility that it would add to the diversity. But we also think that we should keep the income threshold for the farmer members as it is. And we've added one change to the language about the person representing the Agricultural Advisory Committee, suggesting that the advisory committee itself be the one that recommends to the executive who's going to represent them, instead of the executive taking it upon himself or herself to make that recommendation. So this is in the staff report, but we thought that if we change the membership criteria from 7 to 9 members, that it would help with the workload question, but it would also give a lot of opportunities for a lot of different voices to be on the committee, compared to the very strictly defined categories that are currently the membership criteria. And so we kept the 3 members who operate commercial farmland and make 50% of their income. We did remove the owner-operator on the off chance that it's a farmer that leases farmland. We didn't think it was essential that they own the farmland, just that they are farmers. And then we added a member who grows primarily table crops along rustic roads, because this is important for our food supply. And it's a different type of farmer many times than those who are doing the commodity crops. We've combined the rural preservation technique expert. We've suggested that it doesn't necessarily have to be so specific. It could also be someone who's an expert in tourism or historic sites along the roads, or perhaps is a member of a religious institution on a rustic road. And then we kept the roadway engineering one as currently in the code. And then number 5, where it says lives in an area where there are rustic roads, this is our attempt at cleaning up the language where there's currently someone who represents civic associations that are in the Ag Reserve, somebody who represents civic associations outside the Ag Reserve, but where there's rustic roads. And we don't think that it's important that that person be a member of some other civic association just so they can be a member of this one. So we thought, why do they have to be a civic association member just to be on this committee as well? So we just left it with someone who lives in an area where there's rustic roads. Then we have added the operates an agritourism business, because this is become increasingly important part of our ag reserve lately. And then we have, we had a lot of input from bicyclists who told us how much they love these roads, and we thought, well, wouldn't it be nice if somebody that rides a bike on these roads all the time could be a member? But we expanded it to say anybody that's using these for any type of outdoor recreation might be an adequate person. And again, these members would all be appointed by the county executive. So it would be up to the county executive to manage how much diversity is possible within these categories.
Can I go back a ways at this point to the duties of the RRAC? There was objection to the use of the word courtesy reviews in a couple of places. I believe that's only in your staff report and not in any legislation or any draft that we're
That's
proposing?
correct. That's correct.
Well, if you do another staff report, you might try a different word, you know. But I mean, that's not a plan recommendation anywhere. So, all right. So if you'll take care of that one, that's good. Continuing on. Yeah, it's more on the. Well, if anybody else has anything on the scope thing they want to add, no?
We do have one more slide about the duties that is another recommendation. So we can come back.
I never know your slide packs.
Well, it was, sometimes ordering these items in the report makes sense at the time, and then you get to the presentation and you're like, I probably should have talked about this earlier. So we were suggesting that Chapter 49 be amended to be more explicit about these things that they are doing anyway, or that have been scattered about in different chapters of the county code or the executive regulations. So we think that the language suggested on this slide at least summarizes what they're already doing and makes it clear in Chapter 49 that this is what they should be doing. But then, you know, that's coupled with this previous slide of who's going to be the ones that are on the committee doing this kind of work. So there's two decisions that kind of both feed off of each other.
Can I ask a preliminary question? I just have a preliminary question because it kind of does get to these other questions. Okay, what percent of rustic roads are in the ag reserve? Because that's one of your criteria here, that you can, one member who lives in an area where there are rustic roads. Now, I live in Maydale Cloverly, and I know we have rustic roads. So I can't see people in Maydale Cloverly, you know, going over that way to be involved in this. So that, if the concern is about expanding the membership of this body in a way that could potentially increase representation, then if it's just people who live in the ag reserve, we're not going to do that. That's not going to happen. This language is not going to get you there.
Well, I mean, this doesn't say you have to live in the ag reserve.
I know, but that's why I asked, what percentage
okay.
of rustic roads are in the ag reserve?
I don't know, I would say 2/3, 3/4 of them are in the ag reserve.
And Patrick Butler is trying to see if he can pull up the map.
Okay.
On the different.
So, so instead of saying what's in 5 alone, I would suggest you say what's in 5, one member who lives in an area. Oh, you cut it off. I can't read in the dark. I can't read in the dark. Okay. that there is language that says, okay, oh, here it is. One member who lives in an area where there are rustic roads that are not in the ag reserve. If you want to, if diversity is what you seek, that's where you're going to have to go. I don't have any problem with the increasing from 7 to 9. I don't have any problem with the other things that you have, that have been proposed about membership criteria, except, I really think this 50% requirement for farm income is probably, just doesn't, I don't understand why it's necessary. You know, as the nature of farming changes, especially family farms, you know, people often have to take jobs outside of farming in order to just, you know, stay in farming. So I don't know who's determining this 50%. I don't know. You know, I don't know how. I mean, maybe it could be some who earns a substantial portion or more than half, or I don't know. Well, that's 50%. I don't know what to say, but I think a hard and fast percentage really limits it to people who may just be the same old people all the time.
Commissioner Presley, you would like to say something?
Yes, I understand Commissioner Hill's perspective, but when I was looking at this, I was thinking for those who are those particular representatives.
Just look like everybody else, that's all.
Sorry.
Sorry, it's Branson. You said Hill. That's what we were commenting.
Oh, I did.
I've been called everybody's name here today. It's okay.
I think it's better if I call you Commissioner Cherie. Yes, I do understand your perspective on that. But what I was thinking in particular is that it's imperative for those who are representing the commercial farming group to be able to have a voice that is representative of them. So if we reduce it, there are people then who are bringing a perspective to the table that is not representative of those who are using the same extent of big farming machinery, et cetera. So I'm wondering if that's, you know, a significant reason not to reduce the percentage, because if people are making their money from other, either equally or predominantly from other sources, then they're not going to weigh in as heavily about the conditions that are needed on the road to have their combines and their things, you know, passing on that road. Can the staff explain their position on that?
We no longer need to, because that's exactly the reasoning. It's the commodity farmers do a different type of farming than those who are just growing vegetables or something. They have huge 16, 18 foot wide pieces of equipment that they have to move from field to field on these roads. It's critical to their businesses that the vegetation be maintained on these roads, you know, up to a height of, you know, we have now 18 feet, just to give a couple feet extra, because they've been getting their expensive GPS receivers on top of their equipment has been breaking off from branches. So the way that these commodity farmers use the roads is, even though there's probably fewer than 40 of them now, if I recall the numbers, it's critical for their business, and they want to make sure that it's always understood that agriculture is important. If the county really believes that continuing these agricultural activities are important for the county, then it's critical that they be on this committee so that they can make sure that their voice is not diminished.
Okay, thank you.
But this is not the only voice they have. There's also an agricultural advisory committee, right? I mean, that's where part of this membership is being drawn from. I'm just saying, you know, I totally understand the whole farm issue. I'm just saying that this is not the only place they have, and I'm just expressing some concern about this 50% requirement, because that could that could, like I said, you can end up with, if the concern is, you gotta figure out which problem you're trying to fix. If the concern is it's the same folks, and there is no diversity because it's the same folks, well, number one, make sure that it's probably gonna be the same folks. You know, so you gotta figure out which problem you're trying to fix. And this 50% requirement, I'm saying if you lowered it a bit, you might get some different folks.
Well, sure. Number one, we have a recommendation from the RRC that said, never mind. Yeah, this is where I'd like you to come up and explain your position, if you'd like, on what's wrong with trying to expand your membership in a way different from what you had recommended.
Mr. Chair, can I inject one point here? Because it's a novel idea that isn't on the table yet. I'd like to put it on the table. And it has to do with the Agricultural Advisory Committee seat. I don't understand why there's any other requirement for that seat than recommended by the Agricultural Advisory Committee. Because it seems to me that committee should be able to decide who's its best advocate. And that might be a feed provider, and that might be a tractor repairman, that might be a lawyer from up county. I think if we're saying a seat is reserved for them, they should determine who's the best advocate. So that's just a variation I'd like to put here.
All right, we're just leaving up I think we're leaving it up still to the county executive to recommend.
Well, that's a requirement written in the instruction for this composition, right? And that's one that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
I've got another position to say, but let's hear from.
Well, the first thing is should we drop this all and just go back to the existing membership? Is that really your position?
Thank you. Yeah, Laura Van Etten, Chair of Rustic Roads Advisory Committee. This is kind of just what we didn't want to have to get into when we saw the recommendations and we thought about this. I mean, and I think Commissioner Branson is hitting on a lot of it. A lot of this doesn't promote any further racial equity on the committee, which we can try to do ourselves. But when you look at these recommendations, wineries and breweries, I mean, there's 8 of them in the county. 6 of them are really expensive build out, I mean, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and some properties that are huge and have longtime landowners who've been here for, generations. They're not set up by immigrants with not enough money even to have a farm stand. So that doesn't advance it. I mean, several provisions here don't, and again, the income test. And I think, Commissioner Hill, to answer your question, the farmer income test, they would want, don't speak for Ag Advisory, but I am their liaison, they do want the farmer income test for that provision. And I don't know if they would be happy with picking anyone from any walk of life. That's something for you guys to decide. But yes, we've taken the position. We did not want to get into a number of changes to the membership requirements that would not further our little goal, which was to be able to recruit different types of farmers and different kinds of people, better reflecting the equity, the racial equity and diversity in this county. And we don't see that this does it. So
I thought you wanted additional membership to help spread the workload as well.
We did, but I mean, if this is how it's going to work out and the income test remains the same, overall, this package is not something we feel comfortable with. And we're willing to just slug it out with our members and not put everyone through this.
Or you may end up slugging it out with the council.
I think we probably wouldn't. I don't know that we want to. I personally I don't have the energy level after the frustration of going through this plan of going any further on this, really.
I think I have a supporting position for you because I find the premise, at least in what we have here, to be too much pigeonholing. And it strikes me, and even with the existing membership requirements, that we're really, we're reducing the possibility of racial diversity, which is I think what we're talking about with equity, right? And, but conceptually, I support the idea of the 50% income requirement for farmers, not owners, but farmers, because I think to be a farmer and represent farm interests, You got it. That's what you have to do. And is 50% the magic bullet? No, but I can't come up with a better one to say, yeah, you're a farmer, right? If you have another job that more of your income comes from, you're really that, not the farmer any longer. So I don't want to diminish the agricultural influence on this particular situation unless it's just very inadvertently because we increase the size. But I think there are two other sort of necessary or really valuable points of view to have on this committee. One is the engineering one, right? Having someone that knows about the engineering is a good one. And I think the preservationist point of view, we can be a little broader on what the preservation point of view is. I think that's it. I think everything else should be at large, whether that's 2 more at large or 4 more at large comes down to how many you want on it. But it seems to me that the approving authority should be looking at the diversity of the panel and accomplishing that. And that may change over time, right? Every appointment, you may want to get some other angle on it to be economic diversity, occupational diversity, racial ethnicity diversity, all of those. But I think the approving authority takes that responsibility. So I think we accomplish that by having more at-large seats and not having this premise of all these different types of users are mandated.
Commissioner Presley? I'm sorry.
Yeah, the one thing I want to just point out here also is I don't support the idea that we distinguish a member of a religious institution, particularly not in that particular item about preservation, because I don't see your membership in a church as qualifying you for sort of the preservationist seat. And I'm also concerned that it kind of tangles up the establishment clause, that we're tying, this quasi-government action to a religious requirement, even if it's ecumenical. So that's what I had to say.
Commissioner Presley.
I lowered my hand. This time, really, Commissioner Hill answered it.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I don't see your hand, but I can hear
Okay.
you.
Okay, I don't know why my camera has been disabled. I don't know whether it's something that's been done. Oh, now somebody enabled it. So I'm not really sure what happened. But anyway, I agree with Commissioner Hill. I think if we have at large, I think that would be better. Particularly what I heard the person who came and said, there's only a few wineries. I mean, why do we need agritourism business? I think if we have I don't have a problem also with the 50%. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't know what the percentage is on that 3 members. But if we have at large, then at least the executive who is making the recommendation to the council, he can bring in other people, have more diversity or have other criteria. But to the extent that we have all those specific members, I also agree with Commissioner Hill that, an engineer would be good. Somebody that knows about preservation. But, there should be at least 2 or 3 at large. So that's all I have to say about this. Thank you. Thank you very much for enabling my camera. Maybe you didn't want to see my face.
No, we did like your
now
face.
I think I can put my camera on. You'll be able to see me.
It's okay. Wow, interesting idea. I guess, what would you think about more at large and just specifying a couple of specialists and having the executive pick?
Well, the current membership is the 3 farmers, a roadway engineering expert, and a preservation advisor.
Right.
Then all it would be doing would be eliminating the civic association requirement, or?
We could, when we expand it to 9,
Oh,
number 1.
right. They would just
you
be
would
at
have
large.
more at
Right.
large and
Right.
not specify the farming community.
I do have a thought on the civic association requirement, and it's rephrased here as living certain places. It strikes me that most of the people that are going to be interested in serving on this committee are going to are going to meet the living requirement, right? So I don't think that has to be a requirement. I think there's a better argument to be said if there's a special interest that civic association officers represent, but I'm not convinced that I know what that is.
Yeah, I would just say that maybe that's not true. I mean, somebody in downtown Silver Spring could end up wanting to be on the advisory committee. So, again,
Well, that's fine, but I don't think we're going to define 9 members or 7 members in Silver Spring.
And I did want to clarify, because admittedly, I was a little confused the direction you were going. It wasn't clear to me if you were going to stick with 7, with the 3 farmer members, then the engineer and the preservationist, and that the remaining 2 would be at large, or if you were still, as a board, leaning towards adding a couple members, and then that there would be 4 at-large members.
My
So-
position wasn't determinative on the total number, because I think
Yeah,
that's up
yeah.
in the air.
But we should-
But the idea that we have farmers represented well, we have a preservationist, we have an engineer, everything else should be at large. And that provides opportunities for diversity of whatever that is, and it's the approving authority, or the appointing authority, rather, that kind of has to follow that and accomplish that. That happens on our board, right?
Yeah, yeah, and not to, replow ground, but just to, I think, state from a staff member's perspective, this was our, best effort at responding to the issues that were raised about adding a diversity of farmers, adding, other categories, perhaps people that the existing criteria were not casting as wide a net to be inclusive. And so this was our response at trying to address the issues that were raised that we thought the RRAC was trying to get at, albeit differently than they proposed. So again, that was our genuine effort at that. But
I see the merit in that, but I think that what we might say for that is, these are at-large seats, and here are the type of specializations that might be desirable to include here, but not carve out seats for it.
I mean, I think if you go to 9 members, number one, so we get to the membership that the RIC said they wanted, and you leave it up to the executive to pick the non-specialized members, doesn't that satisfy the RIC?
I would just like to say, the position we took, which was just to withdraw this, I think is preferable, because a lot of these suggestions have come to the planning board from people who are not generally supportive of the program. And once this goes to council with something in the master plan that opens up membership, it's not going to look like what you all have put in your plan, is my concern. And I think you would have some experience with that, Mr. Chairman. So we think we'd be better off dealing with our current membership requirements, trying to achieve some diversity on our own, which we have shown you we're committed to, and leave all this as is.
Can I just clarify for the record, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, the additional suggestions in terms of categories from which to find members, these ideas actually came from planning staff. I actually had conversations with the staff. Again, and as Patrick noted, we took this as an opportunity to provide some ideas and some options for the board to consider in order to respond to the feedback that we heard from the committee and from others in terms of making sure the farmers had good representation and looking for opportunities to diversify the membership.
We're all trying here.
Yeah, this was in response to the testimony received at the public hearing from the RRAC and others that supported the position at the time.
Understood.
But ultimately, again, my perspective, which I've shared with the staff, is, these are ideas, these are options, and ultimately, we look to the board in terms of your feedback, and it sounds like, just to make sure that we're all clear, keeping the categories that exist today, but just to make sure we put a fine point on it, expanding it to 9 members, and then basically the remainder would be at-large members with no specific criteria noted, or do you still want to also include here some ideas in terms of criteria?
You know what? I think that it's really important, well, 2 things. Yes, keep the members at large, but note the specific criteria, not as a requirement, but hey, these are categories you may want to look at. And the reason I say that is because it's very important for people to, people are going to self-nominate, right? They're going to seek out these appointments. If they don't know that, oh, you might be looking for somebody like me. I ride my bike in the rustic road all the time, so that people have an idea that they belong, and because people don't have an idea, they're not going to apply. So that is That's my recommendation.
Say it again. How many members?
9.
Yeah,
The
and
staff recommended 9, right?
Right,
Is that
yes,
correct?
they did.
Keep the 9 voting members recommended by staff. Keep the current criteria for the.
The 7.
For the 7. Okay, with the exception of the Civic Association, we can fight about that later. Keep the current criteria for the 7, okay? And as to the additional 2, make them at large, but in the description include the kinds of things that staff has already included: agribusiness, agritourism, recreation, all that stuff. Preservation.
Can I make one more suggestion, just, I think, to help ensure that as the current and future county executives make decisions to support more racial equity or more representation on the committee, we could maybe just add in that description that you just noted, some language basically referencing the racial equity, social justice law in the county, and to encourage encourage racial and ethnic diversity as you make these selections. So something like that, because the law, I don't have it in front of me, but it may have some language that
In the
kind
overall
of speaks to
description,
that.
not in just the at-large.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
Did staff understand that? Yes?
I
You
think,
got it?
I think yes. And then I just, sorry, one more clarification too on an idea. Real Commissioner Hill also put out the idea that the AAC, designate or be included in that process to designate their member. Was that still a part of the recommendation that the board is discussing now? I just want to make sure we had that clear as well.
I would support that.
Is that a part of the current?
No.
Is that a part of the current law, that the
Membership, yes.
AAC?
One of the seats is an AAC member
Mhm.
and a
Okay.
50% farmer.
Yeah, I
But I
didn't.
think it should just
Yeah.
be whoever the AAC recommends.
Yeah.
Right, and I think the staff
I agree.
recommendation was that the AAC would officially designate their member for consideration by.
Yeah,
So right now, it doesn't actually say that.
I think it should be written down.
Yeah, very explicit.
That's the key piece,
Yes,
so
yeah.
who remembers and
We'll do
and who doesn't know doesn't
Right,
become a problem.
I mean, that should overcome their concerns about the 50% problem if they're the recommending place.
Yep, just wanted to be sure on that.
I have a question about that. So right now, all 3 members must earn 50%. It sounds like you're suggesting that the AAC member doesn't have to meet the 50%
That's
requirement.
correct.
But what about the other 2?
I would keep the other 2, or I would advise.
So we have 2 farmer members who are owner-operators who earn 50% or more of their income from farming. 1 member is recommended by the AAC, 1 who knows rural preservation techniques, 1 who knows roadway engineering. So then we had this question about this is the existing criteria, so we're modifying number 1 slightly, keeping 2 and 3, 4 and 5 specifies that they represent civic associations, and we were suggesting that that language be removed, so we're not sure where we stand with that, and whether these 2 still exist, like a person who lives in the ag reserve and a person who lives outside the ag reserve where there are rustic roads. And then we have 2 at large in addition to that.
I would think you had 4 at large with, these are the conditions that you might meet. But Commissioner Presley has something to say.
Yeah, I'm really opposed to removing one of the 3 who are 50% or more, especially with the addition of 2 additional members. That truly waters down what we have previously considered true farmers in a commercial sense. I'm fully in agreement, apparently my dog is too, with keeping it that the RRAC decides on those 2 additional members with some guidance. But I would not tamper with the 3 owners, 3 owner operators at 50%. I would leave that as it is, add the 2 at large with the clarity that that's obviously the RRAC decides, and then with some of our guidance as to what types of backgrounds and positions we believe should be considered for those roles.
And you wouldn't be okay with just allowing the Ag Advisory Committee to make their own nomination and determine their own criteria?
Well, on the 50% or more,
No,
I
without
think
50%.
somebody. No, I think that, isn't that already existing?
Yeah.
Isn't that the current?
Yeah.
So why would we reduce that? That had a purpose. If someone gets in the future and says, like, you know, I know the farmers are going to want us to widen the road, so we're going to pick people who are less than 50%, who may not have as much of a concern towards that. I think it's really important to leave the 50% or more in and have the authority and guidance over the at-large and the other nominations. I mean, they can still nominate who of those people are 50% or more, but it doesn't make sense to me to reduce that, especially when we're adding more people who are not farmers.
Okay, I think we have to vote on the 3 members first and decide.
Mr. Chair, can I recommend we decide whether we have 7 or 9 members? Because I think the rest of the
Okay.
balance may come from
All
that.
right, we'll vote on whether we have
Okay.
7 or 9 members. Yes, I'll recognize you.
Thank you. Barbara Hoover
I move-
from the
I-
Rustic
Wait a
Roads
second.
Advisory Committee. I would like also to know what has happened to our request to withdraw the proposition about expanding the committee, because everything I'm hearing about this discussion, it just feels so haphazard, honestly, and it also feels like the whole discussion is about who's taking the greater control of the committee, like we're opposite
It's still on the table.
opponents. Okay, thank you.
Anybody can recommend it if they wish.
Well, just in response to that, I think a Pandora's box is opened here, and one of the most important priorities is getting diversity on this body. And it seems to me the existing composition isn't doing that. And we kind of have heard testimony that's going to be a problem. So I would be very much in favor of at least making some opening, even if we keep 7 people, to have, you know, some at-large positions. And that's my feeling on that.
All right, and we had a former recommendation to go to 9. That's now converted back to keep the 7.
No,
So-
okay, can I be,
Yes,
okay,
you can.
Director Stern, I thought indicated that the staff was, ratifying, embracing, or even making the 9-member expansion. Is that
They did
is that
recommend
accurate? The staff is making the 9-member expansion. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
In response to
so-
RRAC.
Doesn't matter.
well,
The staff has ratified that. They've accepted that. And so I think that's the first thing we should vote on, because that is what staff, that the notion that there shall be 9 members. And then after that, we can vote on the composition of those 9 members. That would be my
All
suggestion,
those in
Mr.
favor
Chairman.
of 9 members? Or somebody make a motion.
I move that we accept the staff recommendation that the RRAC membership be increased to 9 voting members.
Okay.
And I second that motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so it's 9 members. Now, who wants to make a motion on the first 3? Nobody.
Mr. Chairman, I
I'll make a
move that the 3 of the 9 members, in accordance to what this, in accord with what the staff has recommended, that 3 of the 9 members operate commercial farming, operate commercial farmland earning 50% or more of their income from farming, one of whom is a representative of the Agricultural Advisory Committee and has been recommended by the executive, recommended to the executive by the AAC.
I second that.
Discussion?
Discussion?
Yeah, my preference would be, if we're at 9 members, is to keep the 3 members that are commercial farmers and make the AAC another slot. Because I think that compromises on the concern if we
point.
increase the number of the seats that the farmers are less represented, and that also would enable us to take my suggestion of saying the AAC gets to name their advocate regardlessly and keeps the 3 people that kind of satisfies the farm interests. That's my preference.
That makes sense, and I therefore remove my second from the first motion.
So in other words, so what Commissioner Hill's motion or recommending is that there'll be 3 members earning 50% or more and another one. So there will be 4 commercial farmland represented, one of them recommended by the AAC.
Yeah,
So it will be 4 of the 9 representing agricultural or commercial interest.
I would characterize that just a little bit different in saying, we're not changing the farming requirement, but we are, in a sense, making another specialization. So we have engineering, and we have preservation, and we have agricultural advisory committee, and then we have 3 that are at large. That's my preference for how we handle this.
And the agricultural representative doesn't have to meet the 50%, is what you're
Correct.
saying.
That's right, it's
It
what
could be
the
someone
agricultural
from
advisory
those
committee
farms.
thinks speaks best for them.
So it'd be 4 out of the 9
Yeah, it would be
representing
4 out of the 9.
farmers.
And I'm sorry to stick
Well,
a
that's
legend there, but that's
a
my
compromise
position.
because they may not be happy about the 2 new members. So instead of 3 out of 7, you're talking about 4 out of 9. I'd be okay with that.
If that's a motion by Commissioner Hill, I'll second it.
We have a motion on the table we have to handle first.
No,
Okay.
because that was a friendly amendment.
You want to make it, okay?
Yeah,
Will you accept it as a friendly
I
amendment?
accept it as a friendly amendment.
Okay.
All right, so
Okay.
I think, and that would be a total amendment for the membership, because it's 3
Yeah.
plus 1, 3 at large, and then the 2 specialists, and I forgot,
Engineering and preservation.
thank you. It sounds okay by me,
So that would be
but,
6.
no. Let's see.
Would it be 6 and then 3 at large?
I'm a lawyer.
3 at large, 2. Nope, we got 9 there.
Yeah.
4 farmers,
all-
the transportation engineer, historic preservationist, and the 3 at large. That will add up to 9.
And a large, you can
Yeah, it
name
would
all
be
the
3 at large.
specialists that are
And
possible.
the 3 sevenths versus the 4 ninths is basically the same percentage, same representation.
Right.
So by expanding the farmer members.
Yeah.
what I
Okay.
would
Okay.
suggest.
All
Okay.
those in favor
Clear.
of that idea? Won't make it as a motion.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, aye. I think we've got a committee
Aye.
set up. Do we have any other business?
Yeah, thanks for asking. We
This is
do.
your cue to say no.
We have a few more slides. So we have the notion that Chapter 49 should be amended to include the duties that have already been identified as being, they're supposed to be performed by the REC, but they're not specifically called out in Chapter 49.
As long as you don't have courtesy duties in there.
Okay, so no courtesy duties. So is that you agree that this should be a recommendation in the plan that Chapter 49 be amended?
Well, yeah, right. I was okay with it.
I thought we'd already agreed to it, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Anything else?
I like to be clear. So then there was a notion that there be a full-time staff member to help with the duties of the committee.
And that one's up to DOT. DOT's the staffer for this one.
Yes, that's right. That was our stand as well.
But we did just recommend that we increase maintenance. This one, personnel, I'm always more iffy at than I am on just money. If they want to use some money in maintenance for this person,
Yeah, and, I would really have some trouble with that. I would suggest that instead of the language that says dedicate a full-time staff member, that, that instead the language say that, that there should be
Sufficient support.
sufficient support and a dedicated member, a dedicated staff member. You know, like a liaison, that's better, a dedicated liaison to the, to the committee.
Is there one already?
I support that.
Just to be clear, there is one, Darcy Buckley's the representative for MCDOT that's assigned to the Rustic Roads Advisory Committee.
So, see, they have
Then-
accomplished a goal already.
Already.
And we did bring someone from DOT if you had specific questions about that. But it says right now in the code, the chief administrative officer must provide the committee with staff, offices, and supplies as are, and it says appropriated for it. I think it meant appropriate.
Well, we can clean that word up. Excuse me? Oh, appropriated to, oh, I see, right. So it's
Yeah.
correct.
Oh,
Yeah, because,
my mistake. So that's how it's currently
Is
worded.
that sufficient for you without,
yeah.
all right. We're okay as it is.
And finally, there was this notion that the RAC took exception to being referred to simply as a stakeholder of the plan because their role is bigger than that. And we thought, well, this is what we understand the word stakeholder to mean, no matter how big your role is, that you're an important part of that plan. So we did not want to change the language in the plan to say that they are not stakeholders.
So what was the alternate
What word would you
suggestion?
suggest?
I don't know what the alternate suggestion was. It just seemed that they took exception to a word that we thought was used in a rather straightforward manner.
I mean, I don't know, I mean, unless we have another word to compare it to, I don't know what to, you know, what to think.
We hadn't thought we'd get to comment on this, but perhaps something like key supporters and advisors or key proponents.
Stakeholder sound like the right word.
Then that's fine.
Okay?
And then finally, there's a question on the,
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Presley, I think? Yes. It might be the dog waving in the background, I can't tell.
she's on mute.
Oh, you're on mute.
I'm sorry, I said unraised.
Oh,
And then there's one minor matter here. We would actually like the board to approve this plan with the suggested revisions and transmit it as the planning board draft to county council.
Are you clear on, is the staff clear on all of the revisions?
Yes, it was clear.
Okay, and everybody taking notes is clear on all of the revisions? Just checking in here. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the plan with approved revisions as the planning board draft plan and transmit this to the county council.
And I second Commissioner Branson's motion.
Thank you. No further, further discussion, Mr. Hill?
Can I read a vote?
Oh, all those in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you, everybody. We are adjourned. That was our last item. We'll see you in a week.
Thank